Chapter 502. Chu Kuangren sized up the swordsman in front of him with great interest. All of you are dressed in fancy clothes. If I didn't know better, I would think that you guys are the Rainbow Battle Squad. Rainbow Battle Squad? What did that mean? The Rainbow Sword Servants were puzzled. However, they soon forgot about it and focused their attention on Chu Kuangren in front of them. The Crimson Sword Servant said, "Looks like you're the mysterious person that the Zhang family was talking about. The pillar of light that descended from the sky. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a sky pride from the outside world." The Crimson Sword Servant was knowledgeable enough to guess Chu Kuangren's background. Not bad. Many sky prides from the outer realms have come to compete for the throne. I wonder which orthodoxy you're from. None of your business. I see a sword hanging on your waist, so you must be a swordsman. Among the 9 heavens orthodoxies, the solitary family is the most famous for using swords. Are you from the solitary family? Wrong guess. Not from the solitary family? The Crimson Sword Servant frowned and stopped thinking about it. No matter what, he had to get his hands on the sacred green glaze lamp. He then pulled out the crimson sword from his waist and said, "I don't care which orthodoxy you're from. Hand over the sacred green glaze lamp or die. Come and try." Chu Kuangren beckoned with his finger. "Then let me have a taste of your skills." The Crimson Sword Servant's eyes turned cold, and he immediately attacked. With a slash of his sword, a crimson sword ray wrapped in raging flames surged out. That was one of the swordsman's ultimate techniques, the Crimson Flame Sword Art. It was an emperor technique that only a few sky prides and sages of the swordsman could cultivate. Heaven's Sorrow Palm. As Chu Kuangren raised his hand, a wave of sorrowful intent spread out. With a slap, a terrifying surge of energy swept out and easily destroyed the flaming sword chi. The dispersed energy landed on the body of the Scarlet Sword Servant, causing his expression to change drastically. He used his sword to block the attack, but the powerful energy was something that even a 7-step Saint King like him could not withstand. He was directly sent flying hundreds of meters away by the energy and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Such power, manipulating the 7 emotions. Are you a member of the 7 Emotions sect? The 7 Emotions sect was a mysterious orthodoxy above the 9 heavens. They also had their own arrangements in the Emperor's Road. Their most well-known ability was to manipulate emotions. Oh, guess again. Chu Kuangren chuckled and lifted his arm again. A majestic Buddhist light manifested and formed into an ancient Buddha that was 10,000 feet tall. Sounds of Sanskrit chants filled the air. The ancient Buddha's face was solemn and solemn as he slowly struck out with his palm. Not good. How is this possible? The expressions of the remaining 6 sword servants changed drastically. They quickly made their move and arrived before the Crimson Sword Servant. 6 long swords slashed out rapidly, interweaving into a huge sword net. There was a loud explosion. Sword chi and Buddhist light intertwined to form a gale that swept out, destroying the surrounding buildings one by one. The Wu family's master and the others quickly retreated. The sword net formed by the 6 types of sword chi was forcefully torn apart by the ancient Buddha's hand. When the palm landed on the bodies of the 6 sword servants, even though each of them had only received a portion of the force, they were still sent flying back with pale faces and coughing up blood. "Buddhist light, are you from the Putuwa temple?" one of the sword servants said in horror. Chu Kuangren's strength was just too terrifying. It only took 2 moves for the 7-color sword servant to be severely injured by Chu Kuangren. "Putuwa temple? Do I look like a vegetarian to you?" Chu Kuangren said with a faint smile. "If you're not from the solitary clan, 7 Emotions sect, or the Putuwa temple, then which orthodoxy are you from?" The Crimson Sword Servant said in disbelief. It was terrifying for a person to possess several different emperor techniques and to be able to use each of them to perfection. What terrifying strength! This person must be a forbidden sky pride. The Yellow Sword Servant could not help but say in shock, "We're no match for him. Leave." Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the few sword servants immediately wanted to leave. They then joined forces to unleash a sword chi. 7 sword chi intertwined in the void and formed into a colorful sword chi torrent. 7 different sword-based Taoist rhymes erupted with terrifying power. That attack was comparable to a boundary emperor's. However, Chu Kuangren remained calm. He gently raised his hand, and lines of mysterious runes intertwined in front of him, forming a runic barrier. The sword chi landed on the runic barrier and exploded. The Wu clan's ground suddenly caved in, forming a huge crater. Chu Kuangren stood in the middle of the crater, surrounded by runes. He was unharmed. Runic power. Could it be those people from the runic lands? The Crimson Sword Servant could not help but murmur in shock. The young man in front of them was too mysterious. He had so many tricks up his sleeves that it was impossible to fathom him. Luckily, we managed to escape. The Yellow Sword Servant thought to himself. They did not escape in the same direction, but in 7 different directions. Even a boundary emperor would not be able to stop all of them. You're too naive to think that you can escape just like that. Chu Kuangren seemed to have sensed the sword servant's thoughts, and a playful smile appeared on his face. An incredibly mysterious sword-based Taoist rhyme erupted from his body. Subsequently, sword chi shot into the sky and transformed into 12 pillars of sword chi that pierced through the heavens and the earth. It was one of the exquisite 9 orifices sword hearts transformations, the 9 heaven sword prison. The sword servants also sensed this anomaly, and their expressions changed drastically. The 9 heaven sword prison. It's the 9 heaven sword prison. He has the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart, just like the Taoist. How is this possible? The exquisite 9 orifices sword heart was a supreme Taoist physique, and there were not many who had it since ancient times. However, in this era, 2 of them had appeared at the same time. The Rainbow Sword Servants were extremely shocked. Hundreds of millions of miles away, on a mountain peak that looked like a divine sword, a young man suddenly opened his eyes. Purple sword chi flashed through his eyes, and a sharp aura filled the air. The exquisite 9 orifices sword heart. I can't believe another exquisite 9 orifices sword heart has appeared. Who is it that has the same supreme Taoist physique as me? A cold, murderous intent shot out from the young man's eyes. Only one exquisite 9 orifices sword heart was enough in this world. Similarly, only one person could stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. That direction is the Stone City? Could it be that the Rainbow Sword Servants have gone to deal with it? The young man murmured. Meanwhile, in the Wu family's residence, the Rainbow Sword Servants were shocked to see Chu Kuangren use the 9 heaven sword prison. They were even more shocked than when Chu Kuangren used a few emperor techniques. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren had also heard the shocked words of these sword servants. Oh, the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart. There's another exquisite 9 orifices sword heart in this emperor's path. What a coincidence. Chu Kuangren chuckled. The 12 sword chi pillars sealed the heavens and the earth, and the terrifying sword chi intertwined to form a prison. The Rainbow Sword Servants had no way of escaping. All right, I'm done playing with you guys. It's time to end this game. Everyone could not help but feel goosebumps when they heard Chu Kuangren's words. Each of the Rainbow Sword Servants was a top-tier sage ruler. However, to Chu Kuangren, battling with such people was just a game to kill time. Chapter 503. It's time to put an end to this game, Chu Kuangren said. Then, he raised his hand and gathered a sword chi. When the sword chi was unleashed, the razor-sharp purple sword ray almost tore the void apart. The 7 colored sword servants' eyes widened upon seeing this. What a powerful sword chi. It's unstoppable. He didn't even use his full strength just now. He's been toying with us all along, just like a game. The sword ray came and landed on the Rainbow Sword Servant's body in the blink of an eye. 7 clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. The Rainbow Sword Servant had fallen. Chu Kuangren then looked at the Zhang family's head and the others who came with the Rainbow Sword Servant. His gaze was calm, as if he was looking at a few ants. The Zhang family's head and the others' faces turned pale. Please spare us. We won't do it again. The swordsman forced us to do this. Chu Kuangren did not say a word. He raised his hand and gathered a few runes that turned into rings that bound them. It was a very advanced runic sealing technique. Once one was bound by it, unless one was stronger than Chu Kuangren, it would be very difficult for one to break free. I'll leave these people to you. As for me, it's time for me to leave. Since the swordsmen are after the green glaze lamp, you can spread the news that I've stolen it. I believe they won't make things difficult for you. After all, the orthodoxies have their own pride. Chu Kuangren said. The Wu family looked at each other. Thank you, Brother Chu, the Wu family's head said. You're welcome. I've taken your emperor weapon anyway, so it's not a loss for me. He and Jian Daozi of the swordsmen both had the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart. Judging from the way they sent people to kill and steal their treasures, they would not let their exquisite 9 orifices sword heart off easily. Coupled with the battle of the emperor's realm, the two of them were bound to fight. If that was the case, Chu Kuangren did not mind being hunted down. He could even trade it for an emperor weapon. He had made a killing. Chu Kuangren felt that he was quite suitable for business. The Wu family's head and the others smiled bitterly, feeling that they could not refute him. The green glass magic lamp was already a disaster in their hands, so they could only hand it over to Chu Kuangren. In that case, take care, fellow Taoist Chu. See you later. Chu Kuangren looked towards the end of the Emperor's Road before he took a step forward and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Patriarch, what should we do with these people? One of the Wu family's elders looked at the Zhang family's head and said, these people were bound by Chu Kuangren's sword qi and could not resist at all. They were lying on the ground like mortals. When they heard the Wu family's elders' words, they immediately looked at the Wu family's head and begged for mercy without caring about their pride. The family head of the Wu family glanced at the few people on the ground and said coldly, these people know about our relationship with Taoist Chu. If they tell others that we are friends with Taoist Chu, the sword tribe will not let us off easily. So kill them. Okay. The Wu family elder did not hesitate and killed these people on the spot. Please respond if you receive this message. Please respond if you receive this message. Along the way, Chu Kuangren kept contacting the Black Heaven Sect's Taoists using his communication compass. However, there was no response. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the distance was too far, or the communication was blocked by some kind of power. It was just like how Chu Kuangren could not connect to the Black Heaven Sect on the Emperor's Road because the two were in different dimensions. 2 days later. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the legendary Emperor technique, Slave Seal. Chu Kuangren obtained an Emperor technique from the gacha roll in a mountain range. Initially, he did not care what Emperor technique he got. After all, he had a lot of them. Over the past year, he had managed to draw a few different types of cards. However, the Emperor technique he got this time was slightly different. It was an Emperor technique that specifically targeted the soul. The soul had always been one of the most mysterious areas in the world of cultivation. Even emperors would rarely get involved in it. However, he got an Emperor technique that was related to the soul. This could be said to be very rare. The name of the Imperial Soul Slave Seal sounded rather sinister, and its effects were even more sinister. This Emperor technique was used to control people. Once a slave seal was planted in a cultivator's soul, that cultivator's life or death would be in Chu Kuangren's hands. Furthermore, the slave imprint would even subtly alter the mind of the target, causing them to gradually become obedient to the caster. No wonder it's called a slave seal. Cultivators who are planted with a slave seal are no different from slaves. Chu Kuangren said in amazement. He then retrieved the Emperor technique. At that moment, a low growl came from not far away. A beast suddenly pounced towards him. That beast's strength was only equivalent to an honorable, so it posed no threat to him. With a thought, an invisible surge of mind power surged out and pressed the beast to the ground. Perfect. I'll use you to test out this slave seal. Chu Kuangren smirked. Meanwhile, the wolf-like beast opposite him let out an uneasy growl. It looked at Chu Kuangren with ferocity and fear in its eyes. Slave seal form. Chu Kuangren focused his sword fingers, and a surge of spiritual power gushed out from his fingertips and landed on the beast's head. That surge of spiritual power was extremely mysterious. It penetrated deep into the beast's mind and pierced into its soul, finally forming a golden word slave. Not long after, the ferocity in that beast's eyes gradually faded. It crawled in front of Chu Kuangren and licked his shoes, as obedient as a pug. The effect of this slave seal is more powerful than I thought. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. If this Imperial Soul Slave Seal was used well, it would definitely be of great use to him in the future. Just when Chu Kuangren was surprised by the power of the slave seal, the communication compass in his arms vibrated. Someone's contacting me? Chu Kuangren channeled his spiritual power into the compass, and a voice came from it. Sect leader, can you hear me? It was Shang Qingshue's voice. I can hear you, Qingxue. Where are you now? Sect leader, I don't know either. I'm surrounded by white snow. I think I'm at the bottom of a lake. Yes, I think I'm trapped in a strange space. Above me is a lake. Other than that, are there any other characteristics? Frost elemental fluctuations. I'm surrounded by a very strong frost elemental fluctuation. It's so cold. Cold. Chu Kuangren could not help but frown. Shang Qingxue had the frost physique. To be able to make her feel cold, it must be an extremely strong frost chi. Qingxue, don't act rashly. Protect yourself. I'll come to you as soon as possible. Keep in touch. All right. After ending the call, Chu Kuangren fell into deep thought. Frost elemental fluctuations at the bottom of the lake. What kind of place would that be? Let's find a place to check if there are any clues. Then, Chu Kuangren scanned the area with his spiritual thought and locked onto a city tens of thousands of kilometers away. Chapter 504. In one of the cities, a white-robed young man's face was shrouded in spiritual light, making it hard to see his face clearly. However, the small outline that was revealed was enough to stun many people. Many cultivators secretly looked at him with curiosity in their eyes, and some even tried to use their spiritual thoughts to probe his cultivation level. However, before they could figure out what was going on, they felt their spiritual thoughts being bounced back by an extremely powerful force, and they dared not probe him anymore. That white-robed young man was none other than Chu Kuangren. He slowly walked to a restaurant, found a random seat, and called the waiter over for a pot of wine. Many people in the restaurant were discussing the happenings in the Emperor's Path, especially the unusual changes in the Emperor's Mountain, which made everyone very excited. Everyone was discussing who had the highest chance of winning the Emperor's throne. I'm not sure if you guys have heard, but there has been some abnormalities in the Seraphic Lake Mountain recently. A large amount of Seraphic Lake energy has been released, and I heard that a rare treasure has appeared. Suddenly, a cultivator said. Everyone's interest was piqued at that. The Seraphic Lake Mountain? The place that's so cold that it can scare people to death? That's because your cultivation level is too low to feel cold. I wonder how many people have their eyes on the Seraphic Lake energy. This time, the unusual changes in the Seraphic Lake Mountain have caused many orthodoxies to send their people to harvest the Seraphic Lake's energy. Even a few ancient orthodoxies have been mobilized. I heard that many Seraphic Lake ice crystals have appeared this time. Seraphic Lake ice crystals are rumored to be used to slow down the speed of a cultivator's aging, purify spiritual power, and contain a rich cold-based Taoist rhyme. Not far away, Chu Kuangren's heart skipped a beat as he listened to the conversations of the customers. Could the Seraphic Lake and the cold-based fluctuations be where Shang Qingxue is? Chu Kuangren thought to himself. It seemed that he had to pay a visit to the Seraphic Lake. After ordering a pot of wine from the innkeeper, Chu Kuangren did not linger in the restaurant for long and left immediately. Seraphic Lake Mountain. The Seraphic Lake Mountain was covered in snow all year round, but at its peak, there was a very strange lake. The lake's water was so cold that even an honorable cultivator would not be able to withstand it. There was a risk of being frozen if they stepped into it. However, the lake was not frozen. Instead, the lake water was like a mirror reflecting the sky on the surface of the lake. Therefore, it was known as the Heavenly Lake. Apart from that, the water in the Heavenly Lake also contained some sort of energy that could increase one's spiritual power. At a certain time, the energy of the Heavenly Lake would escape from the Heavenly Lake and form a tide. For most cultivators, this was definitely a great fortune. In recent days, the Heavenly Pond's energy erupted, the scale of the tide surging far greater than any other time in the past. Some almighty beings deduced that some peerless treasure must have been nurtured in this heaven lake. This conjecture made many cultivators excited. For a time, countless cultivators came to the heavenly lake in search of treasures. However, before those cultivators could find any treasures, the nearby ancient orthodoxies had joined forces to seal up the celestial lake. Thus, some cultivators without any background were able to pick up some items that others did not want. Although the actions of these orthodoxies made many cultivators unhappy, no one dared to stand up and criticize them. After all, the other party was an ancient orthodoxy. What ability did they, the rogue cultivators without any organization, have to say anything? It would be good enough if the others could just pick up some leftovers for them. Outside of Tianqi Mountain, several cultivators from the ancient orthodoxies had gathered. They worked together to seal off the entrance to the mountain. Only those with decent cultivation, such as venerable ones and saint realm existences, were able to enter and explore. However, they were still unable to enter the core area. Chu Kuangren arrived. Looking at the cultivators who had sealed up the celestial lake mountain, Chu Kuangren took the initiative to reveal his sage cultivation level and released his domineering aura. The few cultivators who were guarding the mountain could not help but shiver. They had seen their fair share of sages, but Chu Kuangren was the first one who could send chills down their spines with just his aura alone. The person in front of them was not just any ordinary sage. You may enter now. However, I must remind you that the core area of the Celestial Lake is sealed up by the Sima clan, the Snow Spider clan, the Snow Lion clan, and a few other ancient orthodoxies. You're not allowed to enter. The disciple who was guarding the mountain said sternly. Chu Kuangren chuckled. All right, go in then. The disciple no longer stopped Chu Kuangren and allowed him to enter the Celestial Lake Mountain. Amidst the white snow, Chu Kuangren's figure gradually disappeared. The disciple who was guarding the mountain suddenly felt a sense of unease. Then he shook his head and smiled. He's just a sage. What's there to be uneasy about? They were all ancient orthodoxies. What kind of trouble could a sage cause in front of them? Inside the Celestial Lake Mountain, Chu Kuangren walked on the snow as his spiritual thoughts surged and covered a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Most of the scenery of the Celestial Lake Mountain came into view. At that moment, a cloud of white mist swept towards him amidst the swirling snow. Behind it was a white-robed lady. That lady had a seductive appearance. She looked at the white mist with a fiery gaze. Chu Kuangren activated his Eye of Revelation. Spider 18, a snow spider with an honorable supreme cultivation level. After taking a glance at the snow spider lady, Chu Kuangren ignored her and shifted his attention to the white mist that she was chasing. Is this the Celestial Lake's energy? As Chu Kuangren lifted his arm, a formless mind power spread and formed into a giant invisible hand that grabbed her. Who are you? How dare you take something that belongs to me? The snow spider lady's expression changed when she saw that, and she growled at Chu Kuangren. However, Chu Kuangren did not even look at her. He lifted his arm again and activated his mind power, sending the snow spider lady flying away. She fell headfirst into the snow like a headless spring onion. After that, Chu Kuangren carefully examined the Celestial Lake's energy in his hand. It does contain some kind of pure energy fluctuation, and there's even a cold-based Taoist rhyme. Chu Kuangren activated his universal cauldron physique and absorbed the Celestial Lake's energy into his body to refine it. The spiritual power increase that the Celestial Lake's energy gave him was comparable to refining an honorable supreme's flesh and blood essence with a gluttonous devouring technique. It was no wonder that this item was so popular. Through his spiritual thoughts, He could sense that there was a lot of Celestial Lake's energy around him. Especially at the core of the Celestial Lake, there was an uncountable amount of Celestial Lake's energy. There were even Celestial Lake ice crystals that were of a higher grade than the Celestial Lake's energy. However, those were not Chu Quanren's main purpose for coming here. I wonder if Shang Qingxue is in there. Chu Quanren murmured as he looked at the core of the Celestial Lake. His spiritual thoughts could not penetrate into the depths of the Celestial Lake's core. There was a barrier there that blocked his senses. Chu Quanren then walked towards the depths of the Celestial Lake. As for the white-haired lady, she was still stuck in the snow, motionless like a statue. Only when Chu Quanren was far away did she struggle to climb out of the snow. She looked at Chu Quanren's departing figure and said with lingering fear, "What a terrifying guy." Chapter 505. In the depths of the Heaven Pond Mountain. As smooth as a mirror, the water of the Heaven Pond reflected the scenery of the sky. The water of the Heaven Pond was boiling with cold air. Occasionally, white energy would spread outwards. In the middle of the Heaven Pond, a giant snow lotus stood against the wind and snow. Every petal had a mysterious Taoist rhyme. There was a white-robed woman sitting on top of this snow lotus. The lady looked around blankly, as if she was unaware of her current situation. "What is this?" The woman suddenly sensed that there was a white mist coming out of the snow lotus and entering her body. This fog actually caused her to feel a wave of coldness. What a terrifying chill. This snow lotus is definitely a treasure. But what's going on? The lady wanted to leave the snow lotus, but a few silhouettes slowly walked over. These people were ecstatic when they saw the snow lotus. Ice Heart Snow Lotus. The rumors were true. There really is such a treasure like the Ice Heart Snow Lotus. The few people rushed to the edge of the Heaven Pond. But when they saw the lady on the snow lotus, their faces darkened. Who is she? Why is she on the snow lotus? Damn it. Did someone get to it before us? The few people's faces darkened. One of the cold-looking lady couldn't hold it in anymore. She raised her hand and activated her spiritual energy. A snow-white spider silk mixed with spiritual energy flew out. This spider silk contained a strong power. The lady on the snow lotus wanted to defend herself. But before she could do anything, the snow lotus under her feet moved slightly. The cold air around the Heaven Pond surged and formed an ice wall, blocking the spider silk. The lady was shocked. This snow lotus is protecting me. Thinking about this, she was in no hurry to leave. The few people on the lakeside did not look like good people. If she went up, they might do something to her. Damn it. Why is the Ice Heart Snow Lotus protecting this lady? Who is this person? On the lakeside, the few people's faces darkened. Rumor has it that the Ice Heart Snow Lotus is a spiritual object. It will choose its owner. It seems like the rumor is true. A muscular man said. This person was a prodigy of the white fur snow lion race. At this moment, he was staring at the Ice Heart Snow Lotus with fiery eyes. However, when he looked at the woman on top of it, his face darkened. Look, the energy of the Ice Heart Snow Lotus is continuously merging with that woman. If this continues, we won't have a share of this fortune. I have to think of a way to interrupt this process. Attack. In an instant, the few sky prides who were present struck. All sorts of powerful energies were unleashed, and each of them was at the level of a holy king. However, the snow lotus swayed, and the cold air of the heavenly lake gathered around it, forming a wall of cold air and ice, isolating all the energy outside. How majestic was the cold air in this heavenly lake. It was not something that these geniuses could easily break through. Seeing that she was temporarily safe, the woman on the snow lotus began to examine her own situation. She discovered that after the white mist from the snow lotus entered her body, it was actually slowly transforming her body. Moreover, this transformation was beneficial. Could it be that this snow lotus can raise my frost Taoist physique to another level? The frost Taoist physique. This woman was Shang Qingxue, whom Chu Quanren was looking for. Thinking that her Taoist physique could be upgraded to another level, Shang Qingxue could not help but be overjoyed. She sat cross-legged on the snow lotus and actively absorbed the energy that was escaping from it. D*M*, woman, get out of the ice heart, snow lotus now. The sky prides at the edge of the heavenly lake could not help but roar. However, Shang Qingxue was not stupid. She knew that nothing good would come out of it if she went down now. So she ignored them. Miss, this ice heart snow lotus is very important to us. Please leave. We promise that we won't hurt you. We'll even give you precious treasures. If you don't leave, even if you can refine this ice heart snow lotus, you won't be able to escape from the attacks of our orthodoxies. At this moment, a gentle-looking sky pride said. He was both tempting and threatening. Compared to the previous sky pride who only knew how to talk tough, he was much smarter. However, Shang Qingxue still acted like she did not hear him. Then don't blame us. That gentle-looking man could no longer pretend and said with a fierce expression, Everyone, continue attacking. I don't believe that we can't break through this snow lotus defense. Outside the heavenly lake, there was a barrier set up by a few orthodoxies. This barrier was extremely strong. Even a sage would find it hard to break through. Outside the barrier, some of the sages looked in the direction of the heavenly lake helplessly. This Gu clan, Sima clan, Snow Spider clan, and Snow Lion clan are too overbearing. This heavenly lake doesn't even belong to them, yet they've taken over this place. They're eating the lion's share while giving us some soup that they don't want. This is too much, a sage said angrily. What can we do? They're the ones with the bigger fists. Another sage said helplessly. This time, there's a disturbance in the heavenly lake. It's obvious that a treasure has appeared. The most legendary treasure in the Tianqi Mountain is the Ice Heart Snow Lotus. It is said that this treasure needs at least 100,000 years to grow, and it has the power of heaven's creation. It is said that in history, there was a great emperor who was originally average, but after he obtained the Ice Heart Snow Lotus, his body was transformed, and it played a key role in his ascension to the throne. The sages discussed, yearning for the treasure in the heavenly lake. However, they dared not cross the boundary because of the few ancient orthodoxies. Look, someone's coming. At that moment, someone suddenly looked into the distance and said in surprise. It was just that the person who came was too extraordinary. That person was dressed in white and had black hair. His face was covered with a faint layer of spiritual light, so his face could not be seen clearly. However, one could vaguely tell that he was an extraordinary person. His white clothes were spotless, and his temperament was extraordinary. It was as if he had become one with the snow-white world. That person faced the snowy wind and slowly walked to the wall outside the heavenly lake. What's he trying to do? Could he be from one of those orthodoxies? No, if he's from the other orthodoxies, he can just go in. Why would he stop? The crowd began to whisper to each other, watching the scene with great interest. That person was Chu Quangren. He looked at the wall in front of him and slowly reached out to touch it. All of a sudden, crackling electric arcs exploded in the void and swept towards Chu Quangren. Those electric arcs were so powerful that even an ordinary sage would not be able to withstand it. However, Chu Quangren allowed those electric arcs to hit his body. They were numb and could not cause any damage to his supreme sage body. The surrounding sages were speechless at that. That physical body is a little too insane. Then, Chu Quangren did something that shocked them even more. He grabbed the wall with both his hands and tore it apart, allowing the terrifying electric arcs to wreak havoc on his body. With a loud boom, Chu Quangren used his bare hands and physical body to tear a huge hole in the barrier that the ancient orthodoxies had set up. Chapter 506. Tiny electric arcs swam in the void and continuously bombarded Chu Quangren's body. However, these attacks were of no use to him at all. These attacks were like tickles to his supreme sage body. Just like that, Chu Quangren forcefully tore a huge hole in the barrier with his bare hands. The moment the barrier was destroyed, the strong cultivators from the ancient orthodoxies sensed something. Someone has destroyed the barrier. Who is it? D*M*, who dares to go against us? The strong cultivator from the ancient orthodoxy who was closest to the barrier rushed towards it. Not long after, that person arrived at the barrier. We saw Chu Kuangren. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. You're the one who destroyed the barrier that we've set up. Do you know that your actions are no different from declaring war against the great orthodoxies? This person was tall and had a circle of white fur around his neck. His eyes were pale yellow like those of a beast. Chu Kuangren activated his Eye of Revelation. Bai Lei, a snow lion, boundary emperor. Bai Lei's information appeared in Chu Kuangren's eyes. Although his opponent was also a boundary emperor, he was one of the weakest boundary emperors. He posed no threat to Chu Kuangren at all. However, he was still a boundary emperor. His aura was still very terrifying to the sages who were watching from the outside. This is bad. This guy has offended a boundary emperor. TSK, this guy looks very powerful, but he's only one person. Offending an ancient orthodoxy won't end well for him. Maybe this guy has some kind of powerful background. The sages discussed among themselves, waiting to see how things would develop next. Chu Kuangren looked at Bai Lei and said, I'm here to look for someone. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Humph, I don't care who you're looking for. To barge into the spirit formation barrier set up by our orthodoxies without permission is equivalent to declaring war on us. If that's the case, you can treat it as a declaration of war. Chu Kuangren curled his lips and did not explain further. You're asking for it. The Snow Lion tribe was a hot-tempered person. When they saw Chu Kuangren's attitude, they immediately attacked Chu Kuangren. With a punch, the surrounding snowstorm gathered and turned into a roaring lion shadow that charged towards Chu Kuangren. Little kitty, be good and go to the side. Chu Kuangren lifted his hand and pointed a finger at the void. In an instant, a surging finger force exploded. It was the monarch technique, heart-piercing finger. Heart-piercing finger, strike at the heart of the Tao. Bai Lei's mind was instantly affected, and the lion phantom formed by the wind and snow was instantly shattered, turning into mist that filled the sky. As for Bai Lei himself, he was sent flying hundreds of feet away by the powerful strength chi. Lying on the ground, his aura instantly weakened. He had defeated a quasi-emperor in one move. Chu Kuangren's combat strength instantly shocked all the sages outside. F***CK, who is this? What a terrifying battle strength. Where did this person come from? Judging from his appearance, he should be a heaven's chosen of the younger generation. How could he have such a battle strength? The expression of Bai Lei, who was sent flying, was also somewhat terrified. One move, he was defeated in one move. In front of Chu Kuangren, he was no different from a kitten. After defeating Bai Lei, Chu Kuangren did not care whether his opponent lived or died. Instead, he walked straight towards the heavenly lake. Upon entering the enchanted boundary, Chu Kuangren released his spiritual thoughts and finally confirmed that Shang Qingxue was at the heavenly lake. However, she seemed to be in a rather delicate situation. Inside the heavenly lake, Shang Qingxue was still sitting in the icy lotus, and the changes that the icy lotus had done to her were becoming more and more obvious. More and more people were gathering at the edge of the heavenly lake. Aside from the few Sky Prides who came earlier, another group of people had arrived. Most of these Sky Prides were from the Sima family, Gu family, Snow Spider clan, and Snow Lion clan, the four ancient orthodoxies. However, there was one person who was rather special. That person was dressed in a long black robe and had a cold aura around him. He was just one person, but he represented an entire camp. Although he was alone, the other Sky Prides did not dare to be careless when facing him. That was because this person represented an ancient orthodoxy. Moreover, this person was also one of the top Sky Prides in that ancient orthodoxy. Wang Tianting, one of the Sky Prides from the outside world. He's also a Sky Pride from the Wang family. This person's strength should not be underestimated. The Sky Prides from the ancient orthodoxies looked at Wang Tianting with a solemn expression. In fact, the ancient orthodoxies' Gu family was also a vassal of the Wang family, which was why Wang Tianting was here. Oh, Wang Tianting, it's you. At that moment, Shang Qingxue, who was in the icy lotus, also noticed Wang Tianting and could not help but be slightly surprised. "Oh, you know me? In the past, you were ranked 4th on the Soaring Dragon leaderboard by Tianjizi," Shang Qingxue said. Back then, the Soaring Dragon leaderboard was quite famous in the Firmament Star, so she naturally paid attention to it. "Looks like you're a Sky Pride from the Firmament Star." Wang Tianting did not care much. It was not surprising that someone from the Firmament Star had entered the Emperor's Road. "That's right. My name is Shang Qingxue, and I'm from the Black Heaven sect." Shang Qingxue smiled faintly. After hearing the 3 words Black Heaven sect, Wang Tianting's pupils shrank. He looked around in panic as if he was afraid of something. Seeing his expression, the Sky Prides from the ancient orthodoxies were quite surprised. What was it that made Wang Tianting look like that? After all, he was a top-notch Sky Pride that was only second to the Forbidden Sky Prides. "Where's Chu Kuangren? Did he come to the Heavenly Lake too?" Wang Tianting asked. "Why don't you take a guess?" Shang Qingxue smiled faintly. He's just bluffing." Wang Tianting snorted and gradually calmed down. He recalled that when one entered the Emperor's Road, the Sky Pride from the outside world would be teleported away. It seemed that Shang Qingxue had been separated from Chu Kuangren. "As long as Chu Kuangren isn't here, what do I have to fear? This Snow Lotus is mine now." Wang Tianting sneered. He wanted to break the ice wall around the Ice Heart Snow Lotus and take it for himself. "If you want to take the Snow Lotus, you'll have to ask for my permission first." At that moment, a cold voice was heard. A white-robed figure suddenly flew over, and a surge of Sage's aura suddenly filled the air. The person who came was a woman. She was dressed in clothes as white as snow and had an incomparably beautiful face. "It's the Spider Princess. It's great that the Spider Princess is here." The Spider Princess was the strongest Sky Pride of the Snow Spider clan. She was a top-notch Sky Pride that was no weaker than Wang Tianting. The Snow Lion clan doesn't want to give up on this Snow Lotus so easily. Another person walked over. It was a burly man with a majestic gait and a domineering aura. "It looks like it won't be easy for the Sima clan to obtain this Snow Lotus." A snow-white sword ray flew over and revealed a white-robed young swordsman with a cold sword chi emanating from his body. "It's by Sheen of the Snow Lion clan, the strongest Sky Pride of this generation." "It's not just the Snow Lion clan. Sima Ren of the Sima clan is here too. He's one of the few Sword Dao Sky Prides who are only second to Jian Daozi among the younger generation of the Emperor's Road." It's getting more and more lively. The strongest Sky Prides of the 3 great ancient orthodoxies are here. However, the Gu clan doesn't seem to have any Sky Prides who can go against these 3. They're just vassals of the Wang clan. It looks like Wang Tianting will be competing with these 3 for the Snow Lotus. At the shore of the Heavenly Lake, the crowd could not help but look forward to seeing the top Sky Prides of this generation. Chapter 507. Why? Do you want to fight with the Wang clan? Wang Tianting looked at the strongest Sky Prides from the ancient orthodoxies. Although the Wang clan is powerful, don't forget that this is the Emperor's Road. Most of the Wang clan's power is in the 9 heavens. Moreover, no one cares who you are in the Emperor's Road. Anyway, this Ice Heart Lotus is mine, by Sheen sneered. The Spider Princess and Sima Ren also looked at Wang Tianting coldly. Let's see what kind of trash the top Sky Prides in the Emperor's Road are. As the top Sky Prides in the 9 heavens, Wang Tianting naturally would not back down easily. The 4 of them did not give way to each other and stood against each other. Powerful auras filled the air and almost covered half of the Heavenly Lake. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of spiritual power hitting the void, Bai Sheen made the first move. With a punch, violent spiritual power condensed into the shadow of a white lion, biting towards Wang Tianting. At the side, Sima Ren and the Spider Princess also attacked Wang Tianting. They were all local Sky Prides in the Emperor's Road, but Wang Tianting was an outsider. No matter how they looked at it, they should get rid of him first. Palm of the 5 elements. Wang Tianting suddenly roared and struck out with his palm. The light of the five elements flowed in the void, and spiritual power surged out, turning into a huge, colorful palm. Several different types of energy collided with each other, exploding into a violent shockwave that sent the surrounding prodigies flying away one by one. What terrifying strength! It's at least equivalent to a fifth step, no, even a seventh step holy ruler. So strong. As expected of the top existence below, the forbidden sky prides. In the snow lotus, Shang Qingxue was also watching the battle attentively. Wang Tianting's strength is much stronger than when he was in the firmament star. Shang Qingxue murmured. However, this was normal. After all, a year had passed. As the top sky prides, it was impossible for them to stay the same. After a wave of energy collided, the four sky prides were all pushed back. A trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Tianting's mouth. Even though he had improved a lot in the past year, it was still too much for him to fight one against three top-notch geniuses who were no weaker than him. Wang Tianting, you are no match for the three of us. You should just obediently leave. Otherwise, you will be asking for trouble, Bai Shixin said with a sneer. Leave? Impossible. Wang Tianting took out a quasi-emperor weapon that looked like a bronze bell. Its surface was overflowing with colorful lights and mysterious Taoist rhymes. It was the weapon that he was most familiar with after refining for so many years, the chaotic five elements bell. The chaos element five elements bell above Wang Tianting's head emitted rays of colorful light that enveloped his body like an indestructible barrier. I want to see how you can block it. Bai Shixin growled as he took out a pair of black gloves and put them on. Beast King's fury. With a furious roar, an extremely terrifying Taoist rhyme erupted from Bai Shixin's body, and he punched out like the king of all beasts. The white lion's shadow roared angrily as it collided with the colorful light barrier created by the chaos element five elements bell. Instantly, a violent storm erupted in the surroundings. Not far away, the heavenly lake started to ripple as a large amount of cold air surged. When the storm dissipated, Wang Tianting was seen standing proudly. He was completely unscathed by Shixin's punch. This bell actually has such a strong defense. Bai Shixin, the Spider Princess, and Sima Ren frowned. If we can't break this barrier, how are we going to deal with this fellow? The Spider Princess asked. You guys can't defeat me. How about this? We split the snow lotus equally. Wang Tianting suddenly spoke. How do we split it equally? This snow lotus has 12 petals. We will each get 3 petals. How about that? Wang Tianting had also thought it through. Given his current strength, it was unrealistic for him to snatch the snow lotus from the hands of the 3 ancient orthodoxies. In that case, he might as well take a step back and split the snow lotus first. Hearing Wang Tianting's words, the other 3 looked at each other and fell into deep thought. If you still don't agree, the energy of the snow lotus will be completely absorbed by that woman. When that happens, no one will be able to obtain it. Wang Tianting said, All right, then let's each take a step back and split this snow lotus equally. Consider yourself lucky. If it wasn't for that defensive treasure of yours, you wouldn't even be able to get a single strand of hair today. Bai Shixin snorted coldly and looked at Shang Qingxue. He threw a punch, and the surging spiritual power smashed against the barrier formed by the cold air of the Heaven Lake. The entire Heaven Lake shook violently. However, although this force was powerful, it was still unable to break through the barrier. As expected of the barrier condensed by the cold air of the Heaven Lake, is indeed not that easy to break. However, woman, do you think you can rest easy like this? White Lion thought as he activated his spiritual energy again. The phantom of a white lion emerged from his body and rushed out, smashing into the wall of cold air. A crack suddenly appeared on the originally indestructible barrier. I'll help you too. Wang Tianting, the Spider Princess, and Sima Ren made their moves as well. Sword Qi, the power of the 5 elements, and the power of wind and snow all landed on the wall of cold air. A large number of cracks instantly extended, covering the entire barrier. Not good. Shang Qingshue's expression changed slightly. Under the joint attack of 4 top-notch prodigies, the cold air barrier could no longer withstand it. With a loud bang, the cold air barrier shattered, and a large amount of turbulent energy surged towards Shang Qingxue. She activated the spiritual power in her body and slashed out with her sword. Cold frost sword chi interweaved into a sword net in front of her, blocking the surging energy. Although she was not injured, she did not look too good. This energy was only the aftermath of the cold air barrier shattering. It did not mean that she had the ability to deal with Wang Tianting and the other top-notch prodigies. Although she had improved very quickly over the past year, she could only deal with one at most. Against the joint attack of 4 prodigies, she had no chance of winning at all. Woman, you seem to be quite strong. However, it's a pity that you've encountered us. Before Shuo Yin could form another cold air barrier, Bai Shixin made his move again. The phantom lion that was formed from spiritual power and Taoist rhymes charged towards Shang Qingxue with unparalleled might. Wherever it went, the void trembled and the cold air in the heavenly lake tumbled. Just as Shang Qingxue was about to fight back with all her might, a cold voice rang out from afar. I'd like to see who dares to harm a member of the Black Heaven sect. Before the person arrived, his voice reached them first. Then a palm chi shot out. The palm chi was so majestic that it instantly shattered the phantom lion. Not only that, but after the palm chi shattered the phantom lion, it was still extremely powerful and swept towards Wang Tianting and the other 3 prodigies. What? The 4 prodigies' expressions changed drastically. They immediately activated their spiritual power in an attempt to fight back. However, Wang Tianting seemed to have sensed something and did not have the courage to fight back at all. He immediately activated the 5 elements mixed element bell to its limit, and a dazzling 5-colored radiance instantly enveloped him. However, even this ever-victorious Boundary Emperor weapon did not give him any sense of security. He looked into the distance with fear in his eyes. He's here. Chapter 508. Who dares to harm my Black Heaven sect's disciples? Accompanied by the arrogant words, a palm chi suddenly swept over from afar. After the violent palm chi shattered the White Lion shadow, it continued to sweep towards White Lion Xin and the others. The few who were targeted by the palm chi could not evade it at all. They could only channel their spiritual power to resist the attack. However, the power of that palm was too terrifying. Even though the few of them shared the brunt of the attack, they were still sent flying hundreds of meters away. They spat out blood, and their faces turned pale. Only Wang Tianting, who was using the mixed 5 elemental bell to defend himself, fared better. He looked into the distance with fear in his eyes. He's here. That guy is really here. As a top-notch sky pride, Wang Tianting had never been afraid of anyone in the younger generation in the 9 heavens, except for the forbidden sky prides. However, a year ago, he met someone when he descended to the lower realm to fight for the Emperor's opportunity of fortune. That person had never exchanged blows with him. They had never even spoken to each other. However, that person gave him a huge shock and left an indelible impression in his heart. Now, he could feel that person's aura again. A ray of light landed on the surface of the heavenly lake. That person was dressed in white and had black hair. He was handsome and otherworldly, and everyone's eyes lit up. It's him. Wang Tianting gulped. Chu Kuangren stood on the surface of the heavenly lake. The cold chi around him did not affect him in the slightest. He glanced at Shang Qingxue, who was on the snow lotus, and activated his eye of revelation. Shang Qingxue, Sage Cultivation level, Frost Physique upgrading, progress at 90%. Chu Kuangren was amazed. The Frost Physique was already a top-notch Taoist physique. If it was upgraded, it would become a supreme Taoist physique. He did not expect Shang Qingxue to have such an opportunity of fortune. Sect leader. Upon seeing Chu Kuangren, Shang Qingxue's face lit up and her heart instantly calmed down. She knew that as long as the man before her was here, any difficulties would be easily solved. It was a kind of blind worship. Truth be told, Chu Kuangren's name had become an existence that everyone in the Black Heaven sect worshipped. All right, stay here and improve your Daoist physique. Leave the rest to me, Chu Kuangren said indifferently. He looked at Bai Shixin and the others before him and said with an indifferent expression, "How dare you guys try to hurt the people of my Black Heaven sect?" Black Heaven sect? Which orthodoxy is this? I've never heard of it. It's probably an orthodoxy from the outside world. I know almost all the forces in the Nine Heavens, but this is the first time I've heard of the Black Heaven sect. Bai Shixin and the others were bewildered. They had never heard of the Black Heaven sect. Logically speaking, it should not be an ancient or ancient orthodoxy. However, the strength that Chu Kuangren had displayed was just too powerful. Just a single palm strike was enough to severely injure 3 elite geniuses. Not only that, who knew how much strength he had used in that single palm strike? Chu Kuangren, if you want this frozen heart lotus, I can let you have it, Wang Tianting said loudly, shocking everyone. He did not expect a top-notch sky pride to be so cowardly in front of Chu Kuangren. What did you just say? Give it to me? Chu Kuangren laughed before his tone suddenly turned extremely cold. Give way. If I wanted it, do I need you to give way? Upon hearing that, Wang Tianting's face instantly turned pale. He felt as if he had said something stupid. I don't care who you are, but this place has been sealed off by a few great orthodoxies. You better hand over the frozen heart lotus and leave this place. Bai Shixin took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it as he said loudly. Although Chu Kuangren's strength was terrifying, the heavenly lake was surrounded by strong cultivators from the ancient orthodoxies. There were even boundary emperors among them. Bai Shixin believed that even a forbidden sky pride would not be able to take the frozen heart lotus away, and scathed. Little kitty, you're too noisy, Chu Kuangren said calmly before he gently pointed a finger at Bai Shixin. A surge of finger strength exploded. Bai Shixin's pupils dilated as if he was locked on by some terrifying energy. Before he could react, his mind was shaken, and he lost consciousness for a moment. Then, his head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. The Spider Princess, Seymour Run, and the others were the closest to him. Before they could react, their bodies were splattered with blood. They were stunned on the spot, trembling with fear in their eyes. It was too terrifying. Before they could even react, a top prodigy had his head smashed into smithereens right in front of them. This kind of power was too terrifying. Lionheart! An angry roar came from afar. A Taoist figure dashed towards them, looking at the headless corpse on the ground with grief and anger. That person was the Boundary Emperor Bai Lei, whom Chu Kuangren had casually dismissed. Be asterisk star. Are you guys not going to make a move? Bai Lei roared, and a few figures immediately dashed out from all directions. These people all emanated extremely powerful auras. They were the Boundary Emperors sent by the ancient orthodoxies to monitor the opportunities of fortune at the Heavenly Lake. The few of them looked at Chu Kuangren fearfully. This person is not easy to deal with. Indeed, his combat strength is no weaker than a Boundary Emperor's. I can't believe there's such a terrifying sky pride in the outside world. This person is definitely a forbidden existence. Chu Kuangren sized up the few people in front of him and said, I've beaten the young one, and now the old one is here. You ancient orthodoxies are doing this too. You're just bullying me because I have no background. Kid, where did you come from? The few Boundary Emperors did not dare to make a move. Do you want to fight? If you're not going to make a move, then get lost. You be asterisk starred. The Snow Spider clan's Boundary Emperor's expression darkened. Without another word, he immediately attacked. Omnipresent Web. With a palm attack, a large amount of spider silk surged and turned into a giant web that enveloped Chu Kuangren. What a disappointing strength, Chu Kuangren said indifferently. The Descendant Self sword at his waist clanged and revealed half of its sword ray. The sword ray poured out with unparalleled sharpness. The giant spider silk web was instantly torn in half by the sword ray. However, the sword ray was unstoppable as it surged towards the Snow Spider clan's Boundary Emperor. With a tearing sound, a mist of blood gushed out. A dignified boundary emperor was easily torn in half by the sword ray like a thin piece of paper. Everyone at the scene could not help but narrow their eyes and feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. One sword attack, no, half a sword attack killed a boundary emperor. My goodness, what kind of combat strength is this? Who the hell is this guy? How can there be such a terrifying sky pride? The remaining 3 boundary emperors were so shocked that they staggered 2 steps back. Wang Tianting's eyes were filled with shock. It's only been a year, and this guy's strength has become even more unfathomable. Let's go. Bai Lei gulped. He no longer cared about revenge, so he turned around and left with his people. Faced with Chu Kuangren's terrifying combat strength that could kill a boundary emperor in seconds, they had no intention of fighting back. Chapter 509. All hail the sect leader. Behind Chu Kuangren, Shang Qingxue could not help but cheer excitedly. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Let's go. Wang Tianting and the others planned to leave. However, an inexplicable chill suddenly enveloped him, causing him to shudder. The others may leave, but the one who attacked my Black Heaven sect's disciple cannot leave. As soon as Chu Kuangren finished speaking, Wang Tianting instantly turned into a stream of light and dashed away. He wanted to escape. However, Chu Kuangren gently lifted his hand, and an invisible wave of mind power spread out. No matter how fast Wang Tianting was, how could he be faster than Chu Kuangren's mind power? In an instant, Wang Tianting's body was frozen in midair. No matter how much he channeled his spiritual power, he could not break free. It was as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing him tightly. Stop! He's a sky pride of the Wang family, and the Wang family is an ancient orthodoxy. If you dare to kill him, as a subsidiary force of the Wang family, the Gu family's boundary emperor could no longer sit still and shouted. Boom! Wang Tianting's body exploded into a bloody mist in the air. Chu Kuangren tilted his head and looked at the Gu family's boundary emperor. What do you mean if I kill him? The Gu family's boundary emperor looked at Chu Kuangren, so angry that he could not even form a complete sentence. You what? You can't even speak properly. How can you call yourself a boundary emperor? Chu Kuangren sneered and looked at the Spider Princess and Sima Ren. When they saw him staring at them, their faces turned pale, and they quickly hid behind their boundary emperors. It was obvious that they were scared out of their wits by Chu Kuangren. Fellow Taoist, the Snow Spider clan is willing to pay 150 kilograms of spiritual source. Please spare the Spider Princess. The same goes for the Sima family. Spiritual source was a spiritual chi crystallization that was a grade higher than soul stones and spiritual marrows. A kilogram of spiritual source was equivalent to 100 million top-tier soul stones. Boom, boom. However, as soon as the 2 boundary emperors finished speaking, runic swords suddenly appeared beside the Spider Princess and Sima Ren. In the blink of an eye, the runic swords shot out and engulfed the Spider Princess and Sima Ren in violent runic energy. Spider Princess, Sima Ren. When the quasi-emperors of the Sima clan from the Snow Spider lineage saw this, their expressions could not help changing drastically. Top-notch geniuses were the most precious resources for any orthodoxy, but now, the geniuses of several orthodoxies had successively fallen here. The hearts of the quasi-emperors were bleeding. They glared at Chu Kuangren. If looks could kill, they would have already sliced Chu Kuangren into 1,000 pieces. Let's go. The few quasi-emperors gritted their teeth, turned around, and left with the remaining people. They did not dare to tangle with Chu Kuangren any longer. Otherwise, who knew how many more sky prides would die? It was especially so for the Snow Spider lineage. They had already lost a sub-emperor and an elite. They could not afford to suffer any more losses. Human, just you wait. I won't let this matter rest. The few quasi-emperors who left cursed inwardly. When most of the people had left, Chu Kuangren looked at Shang Qingxue, who was in the Snow Lotus, and activated his Eye of Revelation. Frost Taoist physique upgrading, progress, 94%. All right, tell me how you got here, Chu Kuangren asked. I'm not too sure myself. After I entered the Emperor's Path, I was teleported to a space beneath the heavenly lake by a surge of spatial energy. Not long after I finished communicating with the sect leader, I fainted, and when I woke up, I was already on top of the icy heart lotus. Shang Qingxue explained. After Chu Kuangren heard that, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Looks like you're quite lucky to have been transported into the heavenly lake and coincidentally met with the appearance of the icy heart lotus. Your physique is very compatible with the icy heart lotus's attributes, and it actually managed to make it recognize you as its master, thus obtaining this opportunity. He had heard some rumors about the icy heart lotus. If it was someone else who had obtained this rare treasure, he might have tried to snatch it from them. However, since it was Shang Qingxue's, he would only be happy for her. After all, they were family. There was still some time before the icy heart lotus fused with Shang Qingxue and the Frost Daoist physique upgrade, so Chu Kuangren did not mind waiting a little longer. After the snow spider and snow lion lineages had retreated, the barrier disappeared as well. The Heaven Lake was once again exposed to the eyes of countless people. Many people ran into the Heaven Lake in an attempt to fight for the opportunity. Heavenly Pond energy, Heavenly Pond ice crystals, for most cultivators, these were very useful treasures. However, they all knew that the real opportunity lay in the Heaven Lake. This time, Tianqi Mountain's unusual movements must be because of the changes in Tianqi. That is where the real fortune lies. Only, I don't know why those great orthodoxies suddenly left. Could it be that they already obtained the fortune of the Celestial Pond? Let's go and try our luck. Some people came to the Heaven Lake with the idea of trying their luck and seeing if they could get lucky. As soon as they arrived at the Heaven Lake, they saw the huge Ice Heart Snow Lotus. However, at this time, the petals of the snow lotus were closed like a flower bud that had yet to bloom. Ice Heart Snow Lotus. Who would have thought that the Ice Heart Snow Lotus would actually appear here? But why? How many orthodoxies didn't take it away? I don't care. The treasure is right in front of me. It would be a waste not to take it. Everyone was ecstatic as they rushed towards Shuelyan. However, at this moment, a sharp sword chi slashed across the snow-covered ground, leaving a huge sword mark on the ground. A sage who was closest to the sword mark was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Just now, if he had been a step faster, that sword chi would have been enough to tear him into two halves. Anyone who crosses the sword mark shall die. An indifferent voice came from not far away. Everyone looked at a large rock by the shore of the Heaven Lake. They saw a white-robed young man sitting on the edge of the lake with his back facing the crowd. His jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, giving off an otherworldly vibe. What a farce. One of the sages glanced at the Ice Heart Snow Lotus in the Heaven Lake and could not hold back his desire for it. He snorted and lifted his leg to cross the sword mark. However, when his right leg crossed the sword mark, a sword chi suddenly burst out from the sword mark before his left leg could even move. With a loud tearing sound, that sword chi tore the person who crossed the line in half, right in front of everyone. There will always be idiots who want to test the limits. Don't tell me you guys are as stupid as him. Chu Kuangren's voice once again entered everyone's ears. At this moment, no one doubted his words anymore. Everyone looked at the sword mark on the ground, as if they were looking at a line between life and death. They quickly took a few steps back, not daring to cross it. This young man seems to be the one who trespassed into the Heaven Lake. It seems that it's because of him that the ancient orthodoxies did not take the Ice Heart Snow Lotus away. That should be the case. But who exactly is this person? How can he force the ancient orthodoxies to retreat? Everyone looked at the back of the figure who was sitting by the lake with respect and fear in their eyes. A person who could force the ancient orthodoxies to retreat was definitely not someone they could fight against. At that moment, the snow lotus in the Heaven Lake suddenly swayed, and then its 12 petals slowly opened. Chapter 510. Snow lotuses swayed gently in the heavenly lake. A strange wave spread out, and a large amount of cold air swept out from the Heaven Lake. There was quite a bit of the Heaven Pawn's energy mixed within. Although no one dared to get too close to the sword mark, they could still gather some of the Heaven Pawn's energy from the periphery. It was not a wasted trip. The 12 petals of the snow lotus slowly unfurled, and Shang Qingxue, who was inside, slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, she had completely absorbed the energy of the Ice Heart Lotus and completely refined it. Her original frost body had also undergone an unprecedented transformation, advancing into a supreme body of ways. At this point, there was another supreme Taoist physique among the 3,000 physiques in the world. Shang Qingxue walked down from the snow lotus. Her steps were light as she stepped on the surface of the Heaven Lake. The lake that had never frozen for countless years was frozen in an instant. The sages nearby could not help but gasp when they saw this. What a terrifying chill. This woman can actually freeze the water of the Heaven Lake. While the crowd was still in shock, Shang Qingxue had already walked in front of Chu Kuangren. She bowed and said, "Sect Master, I have already completely refined the snow lotus. I feel that my strength has increased by a lot." "Not bad." Chu Kuangren used his eye of revelation to check on his opponent's status. He discovered that the other party's strength was now comparable to a 7th-step Holy King, and he had become the strongest among the Taoists in one leap. Of course, this was only for the Taoists before they entered the Emperor's Road. If Nangong Huang and the others had other opportunities, they might have made great progress. Shang Qingxue looked at the snow lotus beside her. With a thought, the snow lotus rapidly shrank and turned into a white light that fused into her palm. A snow lotus mark appeared on the back of her hand. This frozen, snowy lotus is a rare treasure. Not only can it enhance your Taoist physique, but it's also a frost attribute treasure that can amplify your frost chi. It can be used both offensively and defensively. If you use it well, it won't be any weaker than an emperor weapon. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Shang Qingxue was also very happy. The opportunity that she had obtained this time was too great. "Sect leader, can we leave now?" Shang Qingxue looked around. She had already obtained the biggest opportunity of fortune in the Heavenly Lake, so Chu Kuangren probably would not be interested in the rest. "There's no hurry." Chu Kuangren chuckled. "Let's wait a little longer." He seemed to be waiting for someone. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked at the clouds in the distance. "They're here." The snowstorm in the distance suddenly intensified. Streaks of light flew over, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire Tianqi mountain. It was the aura of a quasi-emperor. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary quasi-emperor aura. This kind of aura was at the peak of quasi-emperors. "You're not leaving? Are you waiting for us?" A cold voice descended from the clouds, filled with a piercingly cold, killing intent. A few figures slowly descended. The moment he landed, a majestic aura poured out like a flood, and the entire Tianqi mountain couldn't help but shake a few times. The Sima family's patriarch, and that burly man, with such a domineering aura, he must be the Snow Lion race's leader. There's also the Snow Spider clan's patriarch and the Gu clan's patriarch. They're here as well. Heavens! The leaders of the ancient orthodoxies are all here at the Seraphic Pawn Mountain. Are they here to deal with this young man together? Isn't this a little too grand? What did this young man do? The sages knew that a huge battle was about to break out, so they couldn't help but retreat tens of miles. They looked curiously in the direction of the Tianqi mountain. How dare an outsider, Sky Pride, act so arrogantly in the Emperor's path? I have to say, you're very foolish. A middle-aged man with a green longsword at his waist looked at Chu Kuangren and said, he was the Sima family's patriarch. He was also a famous sword Dao cultivator in the Emperor's path. Tell me, how do you want to die? The person who spoke was the burly man next to the Sima family's patriarch. This burly man had thick white fur all over his body, and there was a domineering aura in his eyes. This person was the Snow Lion race's patriarch. I want to seal him in my spider web and slowly suck his blood essence dry. Such a good-looking man. His blood essence must be delicious too. A beautiful woman licked her lips with a fiery look in her eyes. She was the Snow Spider Clan's patriarch, and her favorite thing was to suck the blood essence of good-looking men. However, even though she had seen countless good-looking men over the years, it was still her first time seeing someone of Chu Quanren's caliber. Looks aside, his extraordinary aura was the most attractive thing about him. Beside the Snow Spider Clan's patriarch, a middle-aged man holding a black spear did not say a word. However, he looked at Chu Quanren as if he was looking at a dead man. That man was the Gu family's patriarch. The rulers of the four great ancient orthodoxies had personally arrived, and their terrifying Boundary Emperor aura enveloped the entire place. In the face of such a lineup, not many people in the entire Emperor's path could resist, let alone the younger generation. Even the Forbidden Sky Prides could not escape unscathed. Sect leader, what should we do now? Shang Qingxue looked at the four Boundary Emperors in front of her with a solemn look in her eyes. Although she had obtained the Icy Lotus and improved tremendously, she was still not strong enough to face a Boundary Emperor, not to mention a top-notch Boundary Emperor. Don't worry, it's just 4 Boundary Emperors. It's no big deal. Chu Quanren chuckled. Back when the demonic realm descended, Chu Quanren was not afraid of facing the clones of the 7 great demonic emperors, let alone a few Boundary Emperors. Chu Quanren could dominate the outside world, but in the Emperor's path, he could still dominate everything. That was his path to invincibility. Chu Quanren acted casually, but the Boundary Emperors in front of him raised their eyebrows in displeasure. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to say something like that. The Sima clan head snorted and attacked first. With a slash of a long sword at his waist, a 1,000-meter-long silver-white sword ray was unleashed. The sword ray was accompanied by a blizzard that froze one's heart. More than half of the heavenly lake was frozen by that cold sword chi. Upon seeing that, Chu Quanren unsheathed the Descendant's self sword at his waist. With a gentle slash in the air, a purple sword ray was unleashed. The sword-based Taoist rhyme that surrounded it instantly suppressed the Sima clan head. Amidst the explosion, the Sima clan head was forced back a few hundred meters by that sword ray. He was shocked. This power, this aura, the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart. Oh, you can recognize the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart even before my Taoist physique transformation appeared. You're quite sharp. In the past, I've sparred with the Taoist of the sword tribe. He too possessed the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart. I can't believe there are 2 of them in the same generation. The Sima clan head had a solemn look in his eyes. The exquisite 9 orifices sword heart could greatly enhance one's sword Dao, and it also had a suppressive effect on other sword cultivators. Chu Quanren's terrifying strength, coupled with his Taoist physique, made the Sima clan head feel troubled. Besides, he had a feeling that Chu Quanren's exquisite 9 orifices sword heart was even more terrifying than the Taoist of the sword tribe. At least, he did not feel such pressure when he faced the Taoist of the sword tribe. So what if it's the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart? He's offended our 4 orthodoxies today. He won't walk out of the heavenly lake alive. Chapter 511. I don't care if he has the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart or not. Since he has offended our orthodoxies, he must die here. The Snow Lion tribe leader let out a low growl and unleashed his Boundary Emperor aura, a white lion silhouette that was formed from spiritual power charged towards Chu Quanren in a domineering manner. Beast King's Fury. That was the Snow Lion tribe's Emperor technique, and it was much more powerful than the White Lion's Heart technique that was cast by the Snow Lion tribe leader. As a Boundary Emperor, why are you using someone else's Emperor technique? Where's your Dao? Chu Quanren said calmly. He then raised his hand and gathered the spiritual power of the heavens and earth before he pointed a finger at the White Lion silhouette. It was the Emperor technique, Heart-Piercing Finger. The heart-piercing finger had struck the Taoist core. The Snow Lion tribe leader's expression changed, and his mind froze for a moment. The strength of the White Lion silhouette was also greatly weakened. By the time he recovered, Chu Quangren's heart-piercing finger was already in front of him. He roared, and his already sturdy body suddenly grew in size. A terrifying, ferocious chi surged out from his body. He threw a punch at the finger attack. However, that powerful force still sent him flying dozens of feet away. His arm trembled and blood flowed nonstop, and his bones were almost broken. I can't believe that a finger attack could cause such damage to my physical body. The Snow Lion tribe leader's Boundary Emperor body was very strong. It was a body that was specially cultivated, so it was enough to fight against a Boundary Emperor. This person's combat strength is so strong that we can't win against him alone. Let's attack together, the Sima clan head said. Before he came, he thought that this was a sure win, but now it seemed that things had gone beyond his expectations. Who would have thought that a young Heaven's Prideling would be able to suppress a quasi-emperor so easily? Attack! The Gu clan head also attacked. The spear in his hand streaked across the sky like a meteor, and a cold spear ray instantly locked onto Chu Quangren. On the other hand, the Snow Spider tribe leader retreated dozens of feet away. As she raised her arm, spider webs spread out from her hand and quickly interweaved into a large web in the void. When the spear ray arrived, Chu Quangren slashed out with his descendant self-sword. The sword clanged against the spear, producing a loud, clanging sound. A majestic force with two completely different Taoist rhymes gushed out. The frozen surface of the heavenly lake instantly exploded, and countless ice shards swept in all directions like a storm. The perennial snow-covered heavenly lake also caused avalanches. Is that all your spear can do? The descendant self-sword in Chu Quangren's hand vibrated, and an even more majestic sword chi gushed out from the blade. The Gu family's family head only felt an incomparably sharp energy rushing towards him. Retreat! The Gu family's patriarch's expression changed, and he retreated rapidly. As he retreated, a streak of sword chi swept past him and slashed into a snowy mountain in the distance. The Emperor's Self-Wong Tatu and said Ant, and an Emperor's T-Sect. Emperor Heavenly Spirit Snow Test was piercing Emperor's technique. The Tianchi Mountain, which had snowstorms all year round, actually had a moment of clear weather. Inescapable net. At that moment, the Snow Spider tribe leader had already formed a giant web using her spiritual power and was about to engulf Chu Quangren. The Snow Spider tribe's leader had formed a huge net with her spiritual power and was about to engulf Chu Quangren. Break! Chu Quangren yelled, and a sword chi slashed upwards. The sword chi landed on the huge net and suddenly exploded, turning into millions of fine sword chi. The huge net that blotted out the sky was immediately torn into pieces. Didn't you want to see my Tao? Then I'll show you. At that moment, the Snow Lion tribe leader roared as he charged towards Chu Quangren. An extremely violent aura emanated from his body, and the blood and chi in his body were boiling. Every breath he exhaled was scorching hot, like a raging flame. The snow and wind that landed on his body melted away. He no longer looked like a snow lion, but a raging, flaming lion. With every step he took, the entire Heavenly Lake Mountain shook. He took a total of 7 steps, and Heavenly Lake Mountain shook 7 times. In those 7 steps, he had crossed a few kilometers and arrived before Chu Quangren. He then unleashed a punch. 7 steps, killing fist. That punch caused the air to explode, and white cracks appeared in the void. An extremely powerful pressure instantly shrouded Chu Quangren. Chu Quangren did not retreat. Instead, he lowered his body into a horse stance and unleashed a punch of his own. He did not use any spiritual power in that punch. Instead, he purely used his supreme sage physique to attack. The 2 fists, one big and one small, collided with each other. The wind created by the fists formed an incomparably terrifying storm that swept out. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed. The sages who were watching from afar also felt the strong storm and activated their spiritual power to resist it. They were all amazed. The place where Chu Quangren and the Snow Lion tribe's leader collided instantly caved in, and a huge crack appeared in the middle of Heavenly Lake Mountain, as if it was about to split into two halves. How can this guy's physical body? The Snow Lion tribe's leader stared at Chu Quangren with an indescribable shock in his eyes. He could clearly feel that Chu Quangren did not use any spiritual power at all. All he used was pure physical strength. However, how could a sage's physical body be so terrifying? Is this your Tao? That's all you've got? Chu Quangren said, all of a sudden. That seemingly skinny and small body of his actually erupted with an incomparably violent surge of energy. Break! Not only did Chu Quangren use his supreme sage physique this time, but he also used his supreme sage-level spiritual power as well. Terrifying energy gushed out like a torrent, and the bones in the Snow Lion tribe's leader's arm cracked and pierced through his flesh. Chu Quangren's punch landed squarely on his chest. Boom! With a loud bang, the Snow Lion tribe's leader spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with minced meat. His chest caved in on the spot, and many of his bones were broken. His entire body flew out like a cannonball and landed on the ground. Just one move was enough to inflict serious damage on him. Imminent. The Snow Lion tribe's leader supported himself with both hands, wanting to continue fighting. However, a pale yellow rune condensed above him and turned into the shadow of a giant mountain. It then fell and pressed him to the ground. It was the mountain rune. Condensing the chi of the mountains and rivers for one's own use was similar to the human mountain stamp that Chu Quangren had previously mastered. However, one was a technique, while the other was a rune. Imminent. The Snow Lion tribe's leader's expression changed. If he was at his peak, he could still break it. However, now that he had been heavily injured by Chu Quangren's punch, it was extremely difficult for him to break the rune. A cat should just lie on the ground and listen to orders, Chu Quangren said calmly, comparing the Snow Lion tribe's leader to a harmless kitten. That made the Snow Lion tribe's leader so angry that his eyes turned red. Not far away, the Snow Spider tribe's leader and the Gu clan's leader looked extremely grim. Obviously, the combat strength that Chu Quangren had displayed was far beyond their imagination. How can such a Sky Pride be born in the outside world? Even the forbidden Sky Prides are not as powerful as this guy. How terrifying! At that moment, a majestic emperor's aura suddenly appeared high up in the sky. Chapter 512. High up in the sky, the Sima clan head suddenly took out a golden longsword. Various runes were engraved on the sword, and a majestic aura emanated from it. This is the Emperor's aura. It's an Emperor weapon. Chu Quangren narrowed his eyes. Brat, I'll show you the power of my Sima clan's Emperor weapon. The Sima clan head yelled as he swung the longsword in his hand. A beam of golden sword chi whizzed out like a giant golden dragon and swooped down towards Chu Quangren. Wherever it went, the void cracked like a mirror and streaks of white patterns spread out. You make it sound like I don't have an Emperor weapon, Chu Quangren said. He then raised his hand and a golden halberd appeared. It was the Emperor weapon, the Empyrean Neptune's halberd. Chu Quangren struck with his halberd, and it was like a raging ocean that shook the heavens and earth. The golden sword ray collided with a majestic torrential force. The collision of the two Emperor weapons was like 100,000 mountains crashing into each other. The terrifying impact caused the entire seraphic lake to crumble. The sages who were watching from the outside were pushed back dozens of kilometers by the terrifying impact as they looked in the direction of the seraphic lake in horror. This energy is the collision of the Emperor weapons. C.K.me. That guy has an Emperor weapon too. Even the ancient orthodoxies and ancient orthodoxies don't have many sovereign weapons. Moreover, those are the foundation of the orthodoxies. This guy actually has a sovereign weapon in his hands. How rich is the orthodoxies behind him? They actually let their chosen one carry a sovereign weapon. The collision of the Emperor weapons is too powerful. Don't get too close. The collision of the two Emperor weapons was extremely powerful. However, Chu Quangren was clearly stronger than the Sima clan head, and the Emperor weapon that he could unleash was also more powerful. The torrential force from the Empyrean Neptune's halberd forcefully broke through the golden sword ray and landed on the Sema clan head's body. The Sema clan head's expression changed. Although he was a boundary emperor, he was still severely injured by the Emperor weapon's power. He was sent flying with blood spewing from his mouth. The golden imperial armament in his hand flew out of his hand. Oh no! The Sema clan head's expression changed slightly as he tried to summon the Emperor weapon back. However, right at this moment, a formless power of thought suddenly enveloped the imperial armament. The Sema family head's summoning was simply useless. However, Chu Kuangren's figure flashed and reappeared in front of the Emperor weapon. He then reached out his hand and grabbed it. As if it was resisting Chu Kuangren, the Emperor weapon let out a dazzling golden sword ray that buzzed and trembled in Chu Kuangren's hand. "Oh, you're quite stubborn. Surrender." Chu Kuangren let out a low growl as the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart's aura erupted along with the Supreme Sage's spiritual power. Soon, the Imperial armament began to calm down. It no longer resisted. How could this be? Sema family head's expression changed in an instant. He felt that his connection with the sovereign weapon had been severed in an instant. "Looks like you haven't gained the recognition of this Emperor weapon. You've only refined it a little," Chu Kuangren said. Indeed, if the Sema clan's head really managed to refine this Emperor weapon, Chu Kuangren would not be able to subdue this Emperor weapon even if he possessed the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart. The only explanation was that the Sema clan's head did not really refine this Emperor weapon. However, it was not surprising. Emperor weapons were stubborn and would not be easily refined. A cultivator who did not gain the recognition of an Emperor weapon could never become its true master. At most, he would only have the right to use it. *M in it. The Sema clan's head glared at Chu Kuangren with hatred. The exquisite 9 orifices sword heart's advantage in swordsmanship was just too great, especially when Chu Kuangren had unleashed the full potential of his Taoist physique to subdue an Emperor weapon in such a short time. Now that the Sema clan had lost their Emperor weapon, it was a huge loss for them. "Let's go." The Gu clan's head made up his mind and turned to leave. Chu Kuangren was just too strong. Even with the 4 of them attacking him together, they could not gain the upper hand at all. Not only that, but the Snow Lion clan's leader was also severely injured. Now that Chu Kuangren still had an Emperor weapon, it was even harder for them to gain the upper hand. If they did not leave now, they might even lose their lives here. At that thought, other than the Gu clan's head, even the Snow Spider clan's leader turned pale and ran away in fear. As for the Snow Lion clan's leader, he was still pinned to the ground by Chu Kuangren's Taoist mountain rune, unable to move. F***CKME. These B** stars did not even bring him along when they escaped. "You want to leave now? Aren't you indulging in fantasy?" Chu Kuangren chuckled. With a lift of his arm, an incredibly mysterious sword-based Taoist rhyme spread out. That Taoist rhyme shrouded in all directions, and 12 long pillars of sword chi suddenly formed between the heavens and the earth. A wave of terrifying sword chi instantly sealed off the space around them. This is the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart's Taoist physique transformation, 9 heaven sword prison. The Sema clan's head said solemnly. *M break. The Gu clan's head grabbed his spear and stabbed it into the void. The terrifying spear chi tore through the void like a dragon. Amidst the explosion, the spear chi landed on the void and instantly broke through the sword chi's seal. He tore a hole in the sword chi that filled the sky. "It's a success." The Gu clan's head was delighted. However, at that moment, suddenly, a silver-white rune fell from the sky. An even more powerful sealing force erupted and sealed off the entire space. The Gu clan's head's body could not help but be frozen in mid-air. In that moment, the 9 heaven sword prison's opening was sealed again by the sword chi. "I've said it before. It's too late for you to leave now." Chu Kuangren's voice rang in the Gu clan's head's ears. Then, a purple sword light suddenly erupted and completely engulfed him. Not long after, the crowd saw the Gu clan's head's body explode into a cloud of blood mist in the air. An ancient orthodoxy leader had fallen. That scene deeply shocked every cultivator at the scene. Run, run. After the Snow Spider clan's head broke through the spatial seal, she desperately tried to escape into the distance. However, just like the Gu clan's head, she could not escape at all. Chu Quangren's mind power spread out and formed runic swords in the void, sealing off the Snow Spider clan's head's escape route. At that moment, Chu Quangren had already dashed behind her. "Don't come any closer." Sensing the chill that made her hair stand on end, the Snow Spider clan's head screamed in fear and transformed into her true form. Her originally beautiful skin was instantly shattered and turned into a gigantic spider with 8 arms covered in white fur. The spider let out a roar and waved its 2 forelimbs at Chu Quangren. "Die!" Chu Quangren held the Descendant Self-Sword and activated the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. A dazzling sword ray descended from the sky and cut off the Snow Spider clan's head's forelimbs before landing on her body. The gigantic body was instantly split into 2 by the sword chi. A large amount of thick blood gushed out and dyed the snowy ground red. The Snow Spider clan's head was dead. There's still 2 left. Chu Quangren looked at the Snow Lion clan's head, who was pinned on the ground. With a thought, a gigantic runic sword suddenly formed above him. The runic sword fell to the ground like a meteor and ruthlessly pierced through the Snow Lion clan's head. The already heavily injured Snow Lion clan's head could not resist at all and died on the spot. Before the crowd could react, 3 of the leaders of the 4 great orthodoxies had already fallen. At that moment, all the onlookers around Sky Lake Mountain looked at Chu Quangren in disbelief and awe. Chapter 5:13. You're the only one left. Chu Quangren looked at the Sima clan head and said, "Wait a minute. The Sima clan is on good terms with the swordsman. If you kill me, the swordsman will not let you off easily." The Sima clan head said loudly, wanting to use the swordsman's power to suppress Chu Quangren. However, when Chu Quangren heard the word swordsman, he sneered. "Swordsman? What do you think will happen if the swordsman's Taoist and I meet?" At that, the Sima clan head was speechless. Chu Quangren possessed the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart, and the swordsman's Taoist also possessed the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart physique. Based on the swordsman's Taoist personality, he would never allow anyone to have the same qualifications as him. If these 2 met, a battle was bound to break out. Chu Quangren was destined to become the swordsman's enemy. If that was the case, why should he care about the Sima clan head's threat? At that thought, the Sima clan head's face was filled with fear. Run! Since his threat was useless, the Sima clan head could not care less anymore and immediately fled. However, even the 3 boundary emperors in front of him could not escape death, let alone him. A spatial rune descended from the sky and instantly landed on the Sima clan head. At that moment, the Sima clan head's body was frozen in midair. Then, a dazzling purple sword ray rushed towards him. The Sima clan head could not resist at all and was instantly torn in half by the sword chi, dying on the spot. At that point, none of the 4 boundary emperors were spared. Outside Seraphic Pond Mountain, it was dead silent. Everyone looked at Chu Quangren with disbelief and awe. This battle was enough to make Chu Quangren famous in the Emperor's path. Why do I feel that this person's combat strength is even more terrifying than the Forbidden Sky Pride's? Yeah, from now on, the Emperor's path will have another demonic genius. I wonder who will be the one to claim the throne in the end. Outside Seraphic Pond Mountain, the sages discussed among themselves. After Chu Quangren had killed the 4 boundary emperors, he kept their yin and yang rings. With a thought, he found a lot of good things inside. Other than the Sima clan head, who had given him a monarch weapon, the leaders of the other orthodoxies had also given him quite a lot of spiritual source stones. In total, these spiritual source stones weighed a few thousand jin, which was equivalent to hundreds of billions of high-grade spirit stones. In the outside world, Many orthodoxies wouldn't even dare to think about this. Indeed, these ancient orthodoxies are truly filthy rich. Chu Kuangren licked his lips as his eyes gleamed. At the side, Shang Qingshue's gaze was a little strange as she said, "Sect leader, did you purposely let the people from the four orthodoxies go just now and lure the leaders of the four orthodoxies here? That way, you'll be able to obtain more treasures, right? What did you say? Do I look like such a black-bellied person to you?" Chu Kuangren said nonchalantly as he kept the items away. "Absolutely," Shang Qingxue thought to herself. "All right, let's go." Chu Kuangren cleared his mind and left the Sky Lake Mountain. In an ancestral hall of the Sima clan, wooden tablets were hung in the ancestral hall, and each tablet represented a member of the Sima clan. However, today, the wooden tablet that was hung at the highest point suddenly exploded. A disciple who was guarding the ancestral hall was shocked when he saw the flying wooden splinters. The clan head's wooden tablet has shattered. Something's happened to the clan head. The disciple was so shocked that his face turned pale. He immediately rushed out of the ancestral hall to report the incident. Not long after, a few extremely powerful Boundary Emperor auras were emitted from the depths of the Sima clan. These people were the strong cultivators of the older generation of the Sima clan. Who is it? Who dares to kill the Sima clan head? The Sky Lake Mountain. Our clan head went to Sky Lake Mountain to deal with an outsider Sky Pride. But how did he die so suddenly? How can an outsider Sky Pride do something like this? Investigate. Go and find out for me. The Boundary Emperor's voice reverberated throughout the hall. Meanwhile, the Sima clan's intelligence department quickly got to work and investigated everything that happened at Sky Lake Mountain. According to the Wang clan's fallen Sky Pride, Wang Tianting, this person's name is Chu Kuangren. He came from the outside world, and his combat strength is extremely terrifying. This person can kill a Boundary Emperor, so he's definitely a forbidden Sky Pride. He even has an Emperor weapon. Not only that, but he also took our Sima clan's Emperor weapon, the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart. I can't believe there's another exquisite 9 orifices sword heart besides Jiandaozi. What should we do now? The Boundary Emperors discussed countermeasures. Judging from the combat strength that Chu Kuangren had displayed, he was no longer someone that an ordinary Boundary Emperor could handle. Moreover, he even had an Emperor weapon. Even if the Sima clan was an ancient orthodoxy with a strong foundation, they would still have to pay a heavy price to deal with such an existence. The Sima clan's Sky Pride was gone, their clan head was gone, and their Emperor weapon was gone. If they were to suffer any more losses, even an ancient orthodoxy would not be able to withstand it. However, it was impossible for them to give up on dealing with Chu Kuangren just like that. How could they let go of such a huge grudge just like that? Send a message to the Swordsman clan and tell them that we have information about Chu Kuangren. I'm afraid Jiandaozi won't be able to sit still anymore. One of the Boundary Emperors said. The others' eyes lit up when they heard that. It was not a bad idea to let the Swordsman clan deal with Chu Kuangren. All right, let the Swordsman clan deal with Chu Kuangren while we assist from the sidelines. We'll find an opportunity to take back the Emperor weapon. After the Boundary Emperors finished their discussion, they sent a message to the Swordsman clan. A day later, hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in the Swordsman clan's territory, the Swordsman clan leader was handling some internal affairs. However, at that moment, a golden sword ray flew from afar and landed in front of him, turning into a small golden sword. Oh, it's a message from the Sima clan. The Sima clan and the Swordsman clan were separated by hundreds of millions of kilometers, but both of them were experts in swordsmanship, so they often interacted with each other. Strictly speaking, the Sima clan was still considered a subsidiary force of the Swordsman clan. Due to the distance between the two clans, ordinary communication compasses could not be used. Hence, both clans had a special method of communication. The Swordsman clan leader held the small golden sword in his hand, and a message instantly gushed out. The Swordsman clan leader absorbed the message for a while. A strange look appeared in his eyes. The exquisite 9 orifices sword heart, the ability to kill a boundary emperor and an emperor weapon. I can't believe there's someone like that among the sky prides of the outside world. He then sent the message about Chu Kuangren to Jian Daozi. Not long after, a figure flew over. It was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His figure was a little illusory, and it seemed like he was just a wisp of spiritual thought. This person has a grudge against me. The sacred green glazed lamp that I want is in his hands. I can't let this person live. Jian Daozi uttered the last 3 words with a murderous intent. The swordsman clan leader smirked. What a pity. It would be great if the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart could be used by the swordsman clan. In this world, the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart is all that is needed. The pinnacle of swordsmanship can only belong to me. Jian Daozi's figure gradually disappeared after he finished speaking. The swordsman clan leader smiled and said to the void, "Where are the shadow swordsmen?" Whoosh, whoosh, several pitch-black shadows came from all directions and turned into 3 mysterious swordsmen in black robes. The shadow swordsmen were the most mysterious troop of the swordsman clan. Their main function was assassination. Chapter 514. The Shadow Swordsmen were a hidden troop of the swordsman tribe. This troop only had one mission, and that was to assassinate cultivators or sky pride from other forces who posed a threat to the swordsmen. There were 3 shadow swordsmen summoned by the swordsman tribe leader this time, and each one of them was a top-notch expert. Your target is Chu Kuangren. He's strong enough to slay a boundary emperor. I don't care how you do it, but kill him, bring back his green glazed magic lamp, and hand it over to Jian Daozi, the swordsman tribe leader said. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the 3 of them turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. After the 3 shadow swordsmen left, they arrived at a dense forest. What do you guys want? One of the sword guards took off his hood, revealing an old face. His figure was emaciated, and his eyes were deeply sunken. He looked extremely sinister. This person was called the Grudge Sword Guardsman, and he was considered a top-notch expert even among the shadow swordsmen. His strength was comparable to the rulers of some ancient orthodoxies. A person like him would be an honored guest of any orthodoxy, no matter where he went, yet he was only a member of the shadow swordsmen. One could only imagine how terrifying the swordsmen were. In the past, we swordsmen have always fought our own battles, and this time is no exception. Let's kill Chu Kuangren on our own. Another sword guardsman said. His voice was calm and steady. Chu Kuangren can slay a boundary emperor. Mountain sword guardsman, are you really confident? The Grudge sword guardsman asked curiously. Even if I can't kill him, I'm confident that I can escape unscathed. This mountain sword guardsman was very confident in his own strength. Besides, he was also plotting something. Since Chu Kuangren possessed the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart, if he could kill him, he would definitely be rewarded by the swordsman, and the benefits he would reap would be immense. He was not willing to share this credit with anyone else. Besides, the swordsman tribe leader had said that he only wanted the green glazed magic lamp. As for the other items, he did not mention them. In other words, the sword guardsman was free to do whatever he wanted with Chu Kuangren. How many treasures would a person who had killed a few ancient orthodoxies have? Just the amount of spiritual sources was enough to tempt anyone. Similarly, he also wanted to monopolize this benefit. If that's the case, then let's rely on our own abilities. The resentful sword guard had similar thoughts as the mountain sword guard. Then, the 2 of them looked at the last sword guard. Mystic sword guard, what do you want to do? Seniors, you've been in the shadow sword guard for a much longer time than me, and you're also more experienced than me. Let's do as you say. It was a woman's voice with a hint of gentleness. One couldn't help but be curious about exactly what sort of peerless beauty a woman with such a voice was. Phantom Sword Guard, you must be joking. With your talent, you will definitely be stronger than us in the future. Joining the Shadow Sword Guard is just a form of training. However, since you've said so, we'll make the first move. If we fail, we'll discuss a countermeasure. Okay, the Mystic Blade guard nodded. Then, The Mountain Sword Guard and the Grudge Sword Guard disappeared. The remaining May Sword Guards took off their hoods, revealing a charming and beautiful face. Her skin was delicate, her facial features were exquisite, and she had beautiful eyebrows. In particular, her pair of watery eyes carried a faintly discernible sense of gentleness. Both of you want to monopolize the credit? That's fine too. I'll let you two test Chu Kuangren's strength first. At that thought, the May Sword Guard's eyes flashed coldly. Chu Kuangren, there can only be one exquisite 9 orifices sword heart in this world, and that's Sir Daozi. Anyone who stands in the way of Sir Daozi's ascension to the pinnacle of sword Dao must die. Very few people in the swordsman knew that this May Sword Guard was Jian Daozi's passionate admirer. For Jian Daozi, she was willing to do anything. Originally, with her talent, she was considered one of the top sky prides in the swordsman, second only to Jian Daozi. But for Jian Daozi's sake, she was willing to give up all of the glory that a chosen could enjoy. Instead, she threw herself into the darkness and became a shadow sword guard. She did everything she could for Jian Daozi and helped him eradicate any and all chosen who might pose a threat to him. They say that the shadow sword guard is a sword in the hands of the swordsman, and I'm willing to become the sharpest sword in Sir Daozi's hands. I'll eliminate everything for him. The May Sword Guard murmured before her figure turned into a black shadow and instantly disappeared. Sect leader, is there any news? Inside a tea house, Shang Qingxue was asking Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren shook his head and said, "No, I still can't contact anyone. Then we can only go to the Emperor Mountain. That's the end of the Emperor's Road, where all the sky prides will go." Shang Qingxue said, "Not bad." Chu Kuangren nodded. He looked at the teacup in his hand and shouted, "Waiter, give me another cup of tea." "Sure thing." A waiter walked up and refilled Chu Kuangren's tea. "Are you two heading to Seven String City?" Seven String City? What does that mean? Chu Kuangren asked curiously. Don't you two know? Recently, an Emperor weapon Guqin was discovered in Seven String City. A few great orthodoxies have been fighting over it, but no one has been able to make the Guqin recognize them as its master. Hence, they've held a banquet of 10,000 Guqin and invited all the Guqin masters in the world to see who's fated to gain the Guqin's recognition. The waiter had already refilled their teacups. Chu Kuangren's interest was piqued. An Emperor weapon Guqin? That's right. Rumor has it that when this Guqin first appeared, dark clouds covered the sun, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled for 3 days and 3 nights. That's really interesting. Chu Kuangren's interest was piqued. Seven String City? That's worth a visit. Waiter, may I know which way to Seven String City? Just head south from here. You can also take an immortal boat to a nearby city. The guests I've received these past few days are all going to Seven Flux City, so I thought the two of you were also going there, the waiter said with a smile, then left. Guqin. Sect leader, I remember you know how to play the Guqin, right? I know a thing or two. Chu Kuangren nodded. He knew the Emperor technique, the 8 celestial demonic chords. As for his level in the Guqin Dao, it was just so. There were not many people in Firmament Star who could compare to him. Let's finish this cup of tea and make a trip to Seven String City. Chu Kuangren thought. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he sensed a strange fluctuation in the air. Not far away from him, a figure in a black robe whose face could not be seen was slowly walking towards him. With every step this person took, the atmosphere became more solemn. By the time he arrived in front of Chu Kuangren, the surrounding air had become extremely heavy. Everyone else in the tea house was already lying on the ground, staring at the black-robed figure in horror. "You're Chu Kuangren?" The black-robed figure came before Chu Kuangren and asked. "You already know the answer." Chu Kuangren calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Looks like you found the right person. I'm the Sword Tribe's Mountain Sword Guard. I'm here to kill you." Chapter 5:15. I'm a mountain sword sentinel of the swordsman tribe. I'm here to kill you. As soon as the word kill you was uttered, an earth-shattering murderous intent enveloped a 10-kilometer radius. Some of the cultivators in the tea house could not withstand the murderous intent and fainted one after another. Chu Kuangren, on the other hand, sat still as he looked at the black-robed man before him. Activating his eye of revelation, he had a good grasp of the man's strength and background. I heard that there's a troop within the swordsman tribe called the Shadow Swordsmen who specialize in all kinds of assassinations. However, how can you walk up to your target in broad daylight and yell about killing him be considered an assassination? Are you a peerless expert, or are you out of your mind? Kill me? Heh, I don't think you're here to kill me. You're here to die, Chu Kuangren said calmly. The mountain sword sentinel did not say a word and immediately attacked. A pitch-black broadsword that looked like half a door appeared in his hand. As soon as the broadsword appeared, a majestic sword chi instantly erupted, shattering the table in front of Chu Kuangren and Shang Qingxue. Sword chi swirled around Chu Kuangren's body, forming an invisible barrier that blocked off all the incoming sword chi. You do have some cultivation. The mountain sword sentinel's eyes lit up as he unleashed another slash. That slash was extremely aggressive. Apart from spiritual power, it also contained an incredibly powerful mountain river earth chi that rushed towards Chu Kuangren. However, Chu Kuangren was still calm in the face of such power. Trying to kill me just like that? What a joke. The descendant self sword at his waist revealed half of its blade, and an incredibly cold purple sword ray shot out. The terrifying sword ray tore through the oncoming mountain river sword chi. The mountain sword sentinel used the broadsword in his hand as a shield and blocked the attack. The purple sword chi instantly unleashed an incredibly powerful force that instantly sent his opponent flying dozens of kilometers away, crashing into a mountain in the distance. Boom! Clouds of dust rose from the mountain range. The heavy aura that shrouded the entire area also dissipated in an instant. The cultivators in the tea house immediately left the scene, not daring to stay any longer. Oh my God, that's the Shadow Swordsman of the Swordsman tribe. Just who in the world is this fella? To think that the sword race would send out the Shadow Sword Guards to kill him. As the cultivators in the tea house fled the scene, they too began to suspect Chu Kuangren's identity. The Shadow Sword Guard was a secret troop of the sword race. No one knew how many people there were in this troop or how strong they were. However, everyone knew that anyone who was targeted by the Shadow Sword Guards was an enemy of the sword race. It was difficult for them to have a good ending. The sword race was one of the most horrifying powers within the Emperor's Road. Haha, you're indeed very strong. With such sword chi, it is no wonder that you have the same exquisite 9 orifices sword heart as the Taoist. The voice of the mountain sword guards came from the mountain range. He soared into the sky, and a majestic aura of mountains and rivers erupted from his body. The pitch-black broadsword in his hand was flowing with mysterious Taoist rhymes. The mountains and rivers within a radius of 10,000 kilometers trembled at the same time. Chu Kuangren could clearly feel that a large amount of earth chi was gathering towards the mountain sword guards. This person was transforming earth chi into sword chi. This kind of sword Dao that manipulated earth chi was very advanced. Chu Kuangren squinted his eyes. This strength is not much weaker than the Sima clan leader. This made him a little interested in the sword race. If a sword guard could have such strength, then how strong was the sword race as a whole? While Chu Kuangren was deep in thought, the mountain sword guard had gathered the earth chi within a radius of 10,000 kilometers and condensed it on the black broadsword in his hand. 9 tiers of mountain river slash. With a low roar, the mountain sword guard slashed out with his sword. The majestic sword chi intertwined in the void and formed a giant yellow sword shadow. Within the sword shadow, the scenery of mountains and rivers changed continuously, and its majestic aura instantly locked onto the space within a 10-kilometer radius around Chu Kuangren. Qingxue, stand behind me, Chu Kuangren said calmly. Then, the descendant self-sword on his waist slashed out, and a domineering sword ray swept out with a destructive momentum. The giant sword shadow immediately shattered with a boom in front of the purple sword ray. The magnificent scenery of mountains and rivers dissipated like bubbles. A single slash shattering mountains and rivers. So powerful. The mountain sword guard's sword shadow was shattered, and the terrifying impact sent him flying a few hundred meters away. His pupils shrank slightly, and he revealed a serious expression that he had never seen before. He waved the broadsword in his hand, and the mountain river sword shadows appeared one after another. As if the earth chi around him was being drawn, it continuously gathered towards him. 9 tiers of mountain river ultimate slash. The mountain sword guard waved his broadsword and unleashed 9 slashes in a row, and the power of each slash was stronger than the previous one. When the 9th slash came, the power of the previous 8 slashes seemed to have been stacked together. When the sword slashed out, it was so powerful that even the void was shaken. The entire sky looked like it was about to collapse. This was the mountain sword guard's strongest slash, and it was also his mountain river Dao. Now this slash has some power. Chu Kuangren raised his hand slightly, and the 3 Taoist physique transformations of the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart were activated. The supreme foundation level within his body bloomed with boundless light. With a slash, the majestic sword ray covered the entire sky. The mountain river sword chi was once again torn apart by the purple sword ray. This time, the mountain sword guard was sure that he was no match for Chu Kuangren. He then channeled the spiritual power within his body and turned into a stream of light to escape. Just when Chu Kuangren was about to give chase, he felt a terrifying suction force coming from the ground, tightly binding his feet. Oh, this is Earth Chi. It's the sword Chi from earlier. Chu Kuangren realized that the mountain sword guard's shattered sword Chi did not dissipate. Instead, it drilled into the ground and turned back into Earth Chi to trap Chu Kuangren. It had to be said that this method was indeed quite brilliant. At the very least, it would have a pretty good effect when used against other quasi-emperors. This little trick might work on others, but it's a shame that you're facing me. Chu Kuangren took a step forward, and the sword chi that kept rising from the ground was forcefully stomped into nothingness. Then his spiritual thoughts gushed out and instantly locked onto the mountain sword guard's position. As a member of the Shadow Sword Guards, the mountain sword guard's combat strength was very high. Not only that, but every Shadow Sword Guard had specialized body techniques as well. He turned into a black shadow and dashed into the distance. Countless cultivators could not even catch a glimpse of the mountain sword guard. However, they still could not escape from Chu Kuangren's mind power. Trying to escape just because you can't beat me? Nothing in this world is that easy. Chu Kuangren's invisible mind power interweaved into lines of mysterious runes in the void, blocking the mountain sword guard's path. He took a step forward. Similarly, no one could detect Chu Kuangren's movement. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the mountain sword guard. Die! His cold voice was like the voice of the Grim Reaper. Lines of mysterious runes interweaved into swords, turning into a sword net that enveloped the mountain sword guard. The runic swords were like rain that never stopped. The mountain sword guard defended with all his might, and a defensive boundary emperor weapon appeared on his body. But even so, he still suffered quite a bit of injury. In the end, he managed to block all the runic swords. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a blue rune suddenly appeared on top of his head. On the rune, fine electric arcs danced. Emperor Grade, Thunder Talisman. Chapter 516. The Emperor Grade Thunder Talisman appeared. The azure Thunder Talisman floated above Chu Kuangren's head. Then a ferocious thunder dragon emerged from it. Its majestic aura enveloped the mountain sword sentinel. What is this? Is this a heavenly tribulation? The mountain sword sentinel was terrified. He wanted to escape, but the thunder dragon had already landed. The violent power of lightning invaded every corner of the mountain sword sentinel's body in an instant. Under the paralyzing effect of the lightning, he could not even let out a scream. After 2 to 3 breaths, the lightning dissipated, leaving only a charred corpse on the ground. Chu Kuangren grabbed the yin and yang ring from the mountain sword sentinel. After a quick search, he found a communication compass inside. Before he could say anything, the communication compass began to move on its own. He channeled his spiritual power into it and connected to the communication compass. Mountain Sword Sentinel, how's it going? A middle-aged man's voice came from the communication compass. Since you're able to contact the Mountain Sword Sentinel, and judging from your tone, you must be one of the higher-ups of the swordsmen, right? Chu Kuangren smiled as he held the communication compass. The voice on the other end of the communication compass was silent for a while. Then, the voice spoke again. You're Chu Kuangren, right? Although it was a question, the person's tone was very firm. That's right, it's me. I'm the swordsman tribe leader. Another explosive news came from the communication compass. Chu Kuangren smirked. Oh, what a coincidence. If you're really the swordsman tribe leader, then I have something to tell you. What is it? Are you going to beg for mercy? The swordsman tribe leader asked. To him, no one would not be afraid of such a huge force like the swordsman tribe. Moreover, Chu Kuangren was just a sky pride from the outside world, and the Black Heaven sect was even more unknown. It could be said that they had no one to rely on in the Emperor's path. No, I just want to tell you that if you want to kill me in the future, please send someone more capable. Don't bring out these small fries to embarrass yourselves. If you want to kill me personally, that's fine too. But please write your will and prepare a coffin. I only care about killing you, not burying you. After Chu Kuangren said that, the other side went silent again. You are declaring war on the sword race. One could tell from the tone of the sword race's clan leader that he was starting to get a little angry. After so many years, this was the first time someone had dared to speak to the sword race leader in such a manner. Declare war? Idiot, the war has already started. As soon as Chu Kuangren finished speaking, the sword chi in his hand surged and the communication compass was instantly shattered into pieces. Some communication compasses were equipped with a positioning function. Carrying it by his side would undoubtedly expose his whereabouts at any time. Let's go, Chu Kuangren said to Shang Qingxue. When the two of them passed by the tea house, they left dozens of spiritual sources behind. Waiter, take it as compensation for your tea house. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The waiter was moved to tears. He packed up his things and quickly ran away. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, there was a pair of eyes locked onto the area where Chu Kuangren and the mountain sword guards were battling. It was an old man wrapped in a black robe. As expected, this man's strength cannot be underestimated. Unexpectedly, the mountain sword guards were killed before they could even force him to take out his imperial armament. Looks like I can't go head-on against this guy. I'll need to make some preparations. That old man was one of the 3 sword guards that came to kill Chu Kuangren, the grudge sword guard. After witnessing Chu Kuangren's combat strength, he knew that he could not defeat Chu Kuangren with his strength alone. However, that did not mean he was out of ideas. On the other side, in the swordsman tribe, the swordsman tribe leader was so angry that his face turned green when he received Chu Kuangren's message. Let's fight. Very well. It's been a long time since someone dared to fight the swordsman tribe. I'd like to see how you're going to fight the swordsman tribe. The swordsman tribe leader's eyes flashed with a cold light. The swordsman tribe was a huge clan with a deep heritage that was not something the ancient orthodoxies could compare to. They were the swordsman tribe that had been passed down from ancient times and had accumulated countless trump cards. How could a sky pride from the outside world do anything to them? Seven Cord City. This was a large city in the Emperor's path. Many cultivators came and went in the city, making it very lively. Especially in recent days, there was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going. The most unique thing about Seven Cord City was that it was home to the most outstanding musical Dao cultivators on the Emperor's path. Seven Cord referred to the 7 strings on the guqin. Having 7 Cord in its name also represented the number of musical Dao cultivators in the city. And today, a man and a woman arrived outside 7 Cord City. Their faces were covered in a faint spiritual light, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. Only their auras were extraordinary, especially the young man who walked in front. His aura was extraordinary, as if he could become an immortal at any moment. These two were Chu Kuangren and Shang Qingxue, who had come to take a look after hearing that a grand event was happening in Seven Court City. There were many cultivators on the streets of Seven Court City. Among them, there were many experts as well. Besides that, a large portion of the cultivators were holding various kinds of musical instruments in their hands. From time to time, beautiful music could be heard from the restaurants on both sides of the street, delightful. Compared to other cities where cultivators gathered, Seven Court City had a more elegant atmosphere. Many of the cultivators here had a carefree temperament. Sect leader, this Seven Court City looks extraordinary. It was Shang Qingxue's first time seeing a cultivator city like this, and she could not help but be amazed. Indeed, it's quite interesting. After that, the two of them found an inn and stayed there for the time being. At the same time, they also wanted to find out more about this place. Soon, Chu Kuangren understood the basic structure of Seven Court City. There were indeed many cultivator forces in Seven Court City, but to Chu Kuangren, most of them were not worth mentioning. The only one worth paying attention to was the Seven Court Guqin Guild. The Seven Court Guqin Guild was an organization formed by the musical Dao forces in Seven Court City. There were 3 guild leaders, and each guild leader represented an ancient orthodoxy that specialized in music. They were the Sea Clan, the Illusory Sound Sect, and the Hopeless Sound Sect. These 3 forces originated from ancient times and were extremely powerful. As for the rumored emperor weapon that had recently appeared, these 3 forces took turns to keep it. They would only bring it out when the Myriad Zither banquet began. When that time came, all the musical Dao cultivators would compete to see who would be able to make it recognize them as its master. When the emperor weapon appeared, dark clouds covered the sun and thunder rumbled for 3 days straight. It seems that this emperor weapon is not bad. I have the 8 celestial demonic cords, and the Guqin that I used before has been damaged. Now that I'm missing another Guqin, perhaps I can fight for it. Chu Kuangren murmured. However, fighting for an emperor weapon was not something that could be achieved just by thinking about it. Whether or not one could successfully obtain an emperor weapon still depended on whether or not the emperor weapon recognized them. Hence, great sect leader Chu, who had been slacking on his musical Dao for quite some time, decided to revise his skills. At the same time, he wanted to find out how many musical Dao cultivators in Seven Court City were capable of fighting him for the emperor weapon. Chapter 517. 2 days later, Chu Kuangren had thoroughly practiced the 8 celestial demonic cords. After becoming a sage, his soul had been transformed by a large amount of purple qi, greatly increasing his comprehension ability. Coupled with the support of the meditative clarity attribute, now that he was revisiting the 8 celestial and demon cords, he had a new understanding of this emperor technique, and his realm in the Zither Dao had risen to another level. It's time to find out what kind of powerful musical Taoist cultivators there are in 7 chords. Chu Kuangren murmured. As for this matter, he left it to Shang Qingxue to collect information for him. She should have some results by now. After calling Shang Qingxue over, she indeed collected a lot of information. Li Changyin, a sky pride of the Illusory Sound sect's younger generation, skilled in musical instruments such as guqin and flute. She was once hailed as a rare genius of the Illusory Sound sect. Ji Xiaoyao, the most outstanding sky pride of the Sea Clan, skilled in musical Taoism, especially the Sea Clan's famous song, Song of Righteousness. Yang Xiyun, the daughter of the Hope Sound sect, skilled in musical Taoism as well. Her cultivation has reached the 7th-step Great Sage realm and can challenge sage rulers. Chu Kuangren looked at the information Shang Qingxue had collected and grinned. Not bad. By the way, sect leader, I've just received news that Yang Xiyun of the Hope Sound sect is planning to meet her friends at the Cloudy View Pavilion before the banquet of 10,000 musical Taoists. Should we go and have a look? Shang Qingxue said expectantly. Sure. Chu Kuangren nodded. The Cloudy View Pavilion. It was the largest and most elegant restaurant in Seven Court City. Whenever a musical Taoist master wanted to meet his friends with the Guqin, he would usually choose this place. Tonight, many musical Taoist cultivators had come to the Cloudy View Pavilion. Chu Kuangren and Shang Qingxue had arrived as well. However, they were stopped just as they were about to enter. "I'm sorry, but Goddess Yang has already reserved the entire Cloud Viewing Pavilion. You'll need an invitation if you want to enter," a restaurant staff member who was serving the cultivators at the entrance said apologetically. Chu Kuangren could not help but glare at Shang Qingxue, as if saying, "Why do you need an invitation?" Shang Qingxue clasped her hands together and said, "I'm sorry, sect leader. What do we do now?" Chu Kuangren rubbed his chin as he looked at the brightly lit cloud pavilion, feeling a little troubled. Was he going to force his way in? It wasn't appropriate. Just as Chu Kuangren was deep in thought, two figures slowly walked towards him from afar. They were a man and a woman. When the female cultivator saw Chu Kuangren's silhouette, she suddenly revealed an uncertain expression. This figure, this aura, could it be? The female cultivator seemed to have thought of something, and her mind shook. Beside her, the handsome young man could also see Chu Kuangren's back and frowned slightly. "Yao Rao, do you know that person?" the young man asked. That female cultivator was quite famous in the Firmament Star. She was the Sky Pride who had challenged Chu Kuangren before, Feng Yaorao. "I wonder if he's the person I'm thinking of." Feng Yaorao walked forward with anticipation in her eyes. At this time, Chu Kuangren was still thinking about how to get into the Cloud View Pavilion. Looking at the cultivators coming and going, he had a malicious look in his eyes. Otherwise, he could secretly snatch 2 invitations. "Fellow cultivator Chu." Just then, Feng Yaorao's voice came from behind Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren turned around and saw Feng Yaorao. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. "You're that brother Feng Yaorao?" He had some impression of Feng Yaorao. However, he had forgotten her name. He could not recall it even after thinking for a while, so he could only refer to her as fellow cultivator. The corner of Feng Yaorao's mouth twitched when she heard that. She looked at him with a hint of bitterness in her eyes. "It really is fellow Taoist Chu. I can't forget you, fellow Taoist Chu. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Chu to not even remember my name." Beside her, the handsome young man's expression froze for a moment. The man that Feng Yaorao could not forget. The young man looked at Chu Kuangren with hostility, but he quickly hid it. However, Shang Qingxue, who was beside Chu Kuangren, noticed it and looked at the young man with a pitiful gaze. "Sigh, I hope this guy is smart enough not to provoke the sect leader. Otherwise, I can only pray for my own good." "Cough, cough, I didn't expect to meet you here, Brother Feng. What a coincidence." Chu Kuangren coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. "My name is Feng Yaorao. I hope you don't forget me, Brother Chu. By the way, are you here for Lady Yang's banquet too?" Feng Yaorao said. "That's right. It's just a shame that we don't have an invitation," Chu Kuangren said helplessly. "I see. I do have one here. Why don't you give it to Brother Chu?" Feng Yaorao took out an invitation and said. Beside her, the handsome young man suddenly said, "Yaorao, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I'm friends with Lady Yang, so you're too friend to come with us. If it's someone brought by Li Daozi, then it won't be a problem," the restaurant staff immediately said with a flattering smile. It was obvious that he knew who this young man was and that he was of high status. Chu Kuangren activated his eye of revelation and glanced at the young man. Li Changyin, a Taoist from the Illusory Sound sect. "Oh, it's him." Chu Kuangren had a look of realization. Li Changyin was very famous in Seven Court City. He was known as the Illusory Sound sect's once-in-a-lifetime genius. With Li Changyin's help, Chu Kuangren and Shang Qingxue entered the Cloudy Pavilion. Lady Yang wants to meet friends through the Guqin. This is a rare occasion. Yeah, I can't miss out on such a grand event. Not only are there to listen to Lady Yang's heavenly music, but there are also people who want to see her beauty. Haha, I won't hide it from you. I have the same intention. Inside the Cloudy Pavilion, many music Dao cultivators had gathered. When Chu Kuangren and the others entered, many cultivators turned to look at them. However, Chu Kuangren's face was shrouded in a spiritual glow, so they could not see him clearly. Hence, the crowd did not pay any attention to him. Instead, they were looking at Li Changyin, who was beside him. Yo, Li Daozi is here. Li Daozi, how have you been? Li Daozi's presence really adds a lot of color to this banquet. Come, take a seat. Everyone was very respectful to Li Changyin, and many of them were trying to curry favor with him. Some of the female Guqin players looked at the handsome Li Changyin with a glimmer in their eyes. Chu Kuangren, on the other hand, had become a foil. This was a novelty to Chu Kuangren. In the past, he was always the center of attention no matter where he went, but now he was suddenly ignored, which made him feel a little strange. He could not help but lament. So this is how it feels to be ignored. On the side, Li Changyin was very pleased with the compliments and said with a faint smile, "Come, everyone, let me introduce to you. This is my friend Feng Yaorao, fellow Taoist Feng. As for the two beside her, why don't the two of you take off your mask and introduce yourselves to everyone?" As Li Changyin spoke, everyone looked at Chu Kuangren and Shang Qingxue. "There's so many people here, but only the two of you are being secretive. Isn't that a little too disrespectful?" "Indeed, it was my oversight." Chu Kuangren smiled, and the spiritual glow on his face dissipated. Chapter 518. My apologies, it was an oversight on my part. Chu Kuangren smiled and removed the spiritual glow from his face. The moment the spiritual glow dissipated, there was a moment of silence. Everyone stared blankly at Chu Kuangren for a few seconds. The eyes of the female zither players especially lit up. "Master, you look like a painting. You must be a deity." "I've been composing a song recently, and it's dedicated to praising the deities in the heavens. However, I've been lacking some inspiration, but now it seems like I have it. I can't believe there's such an extraordinary person in this world." Even Li Changyin was stunned. He had asked Chu Kuangren to remove the spiritual glow from his face, but he did not expect Chu Kuangren to have such an earth-shattering appearance. The moment the spiritual glow disappeared, Chu Kuangren had completely stolen his limelight. At that moment, he finally understood why Feng Yaorao could not forget Chu Kuangren so much. If he were a woman, he would not be able to forget Chu Kuangren as well. "May I know what your name is, Master? Which orthodoxy are you from? What kind of songs do you specialize in?" The female cultivators who had been staring at Li Changyin could no longer sit still. They stood up and asked Chu Kuangren. They could still maintain their composure when facing Li Changyin. However, when facing someone of Chu Kuangren's level, their composure could only go to hell. If they did not make a move now, someone else would beat them to it. Chu Kuangren was calm in the face of the passionate female cultivators. He was very familiar with it. His elegant demeanor made the female cultivators even more tempted. As for the other cultivators who were watching from the side, they could not help but feel jealous. They could not wait to kick Chu Kuangren away and take his place. At that moment, the ceiling of the cloudy view pavilion suddenly opened, and a beam of moonlight shone in. Under the moonlight, a woman in a long white dress and holding a zither slowly descended. The woman had a graceful figure, exquisite facial features, and a cold aura. Like the bright moon, she gave off a feeling that she was unreachable. The eyes of the cultivators present lit up when they saw her. "Goddess Yang is here. The zither she's holding must be one of the Hope Sound sect's 7 great zither, the water moon. Not bad. Fairy Yang is finally here." Yang Xian landed on a high platform in the Yunxian pavilion, looked around, and then bowed. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I've invited all of you here today, mainly because I've been inspired recently and I've composed a song. I'd like all of you to give it a listen." Fairy Yang's new song. I'm looking forward to it." "Yeah, sect master, sect leader." Just as Chu Kuangren was about to find a place to sit down and enjoy the music, Shang Qingxue, who was beside him, suddenly tugged at Chu Kuangren's sleeve and pointed somewhere. Chu Kuangren looked over and was stunned for a moment. It's Murong Xian. Not far away from Chu Kuangren was a man sitting on a seat. This man was none other than Murong Xian. The other party must have just entered. Otherwise, There was no way he would not have noticed Chu Kuangren. This guy, he's actually here. Chu Kuangren was just about to walk up to him and ask him about his recent situation. However, Shang Qingxue pulled him back again. Sect leader, something isn't right. What happened? Look at Murong Xian and Yang Xiyun. Both of them seem to be having that kind of relationship. When Chu Kuangren heard that, he took a closer look as well. He realized that there was indeed something wrong with both of them. Yang Xiyun was on the stage, while Murong Xian was below. The two of them were separated by more than 10 people, but they kept looking at each other with a dubious look in their eyes. When Yang Xiyun, who seemed to be high and mighty, saw Murong Xian, her eyes were filled with tenderness. This Murong Xian kid looks like he's going to find a girlfriend soon, Chu Kuangren said in amazement. He was not in a hurry to go up and disturb the other party. Shang Qingxue, who was beside him, was also very surprised. I've been collecting some information about Yang Xiyun for the past few days. According to the information, he's a very cold and aloof person. Apart from his musical Dao, he has nothing else. I can't believe that Murong Xian managed to win him over. Not bad, Murong Xian. Qingxue, if Murong Xian and Yang Xiyun become Daoist partners, what kind of betrothal gift do you think the Black Heaven sect should give him? Ugh, sect leader, you're thinking too far ahead. We haven't even gotten anything done yet. Shang Qingxue rolled her eyes at the side. Besides Chu Kuangren and Shang Qingxue, the others had also noticed Yang Xiyun and Murong Xian. Some of the male cultivators could not help but frown. Who's this guy? Why is Goddess Yang staring at him? D***. Don't tell me Goddess Yang's heart already belongs to someone. All the male cultivators were indignant. To them, Yang Xiyun was the goddess of Seven Flux City. Now that their goddess heart seemed to have been stolen by an unknown outsider, how could they tolerate that? At that moment, on the stage, Yang Xiyun began to play her newly composed song. A beautiful melody instantly filled the air, and the sound of her guqin reverberated with a sense of joy and affection. In an instant, the crowd felt a surge of sweetness in their hearts. Yang Xiyun's musical Dao had reached a very high level to be able to move the crowd's emotions with her guqin music. It was not wrong to call her a musical Dao grandmaster. This song is amazing. It's definitely the best song I've ever heard. Goddess Yang's musical skills have improved again. After the song ended, the crowd looked at Yang Xiyun, who was on the stage, in awe. They saw that she was looking at Murong Xian, who was below the stage, with an indescribable tenderness in their eyes. Coupled with the affectionate tune from earlier, the male cultivators felt their hearts shatter. Holy **T. How is this supposed to be a musical meeting? This is obviously a large-scale public display of dog food. She's basically luring the dogs here to be slaughtered. Chu Kuangren shook his head and lamented as he watched from the side. Goddess Yang, this song is very different from the past. I wonder why. At that moment, Li Changyin suddenly stood up and asked, unable to sit still any longer. What he said was also what everyone wanted to know. When Yang Xiyun heard this, she seemed to have thought of something, and a rare smile appeared on her face. I met someone not long ago, and then I was inspired and composed this song. Perhaps this is the resonance between people and music, and it was inspired by my feelings. Upon hearing that, the crowd could almost confirm it. Yang Xiyun had definitely fallen into the river of love. Otherwise, why would she suddenly compose such an affectionate song? Goddess Yang, I wonder if the person you're talking about is this brother over here. At that moment, another young man stood up and pointed at Murong Xian. When Yang Xiyun saw this, her face turned slightly red. She then smiled and said, "This is my savior, Murong Xian, fellow Murong." She did not say it out loud, but from her expression, it was obvious. With the addition of the word savior, the crowd could already imagine dozens of scenarios of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Everyone, today is a musical meeting. Now that I've finished my performance, I wonder if anyone would like to come up and show me. Yang Xiyun smiled, walked down the stage, and sat down next to Murong Xian. This scene made the crowd even more jealous. However, this was Yang Xiyun's personal matter. They were not related to Yang Xiyun, so it was not their place to say anything. Chapter 519. Yang Xiyun and Murong Xian sat together, whispering into each other's ears as if they were very close. When the others saw that, they were very annoyed. One by one, they went up onto the stage to showcase their guqin skills, hoping to attract Yang Xiyun's attention and win her heart back. Good. This high mountain tune is really profound. Violinist Lin's skill has improved by another level. One of the musicians walked down from the stage and looked towards Yang Xiyun's direction. However, she only glanced at him out of politeness before she turned around and continued her conversation with Murong Xian. That musician was very annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. Not far away, Chu Kuangren, Shang Qingxue, and Feng Yaorao were sitting at a table. "Brother Chu, what do you think of musician Lin's performance just now?" Feng Yaorao asked casually. She simply wanted to talk to Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren was silent for a while before he said, "How should I put it? It was odd, I guess." When he said that, Shang Qingxue, who was beside him, had been paying attention to the changes in Chu Kuangren's expression. When she saw that he was silent for a while before he answered, she could basically conclude that the sect leader did not even listen to what he said just now. In fact, it was almost the same. Other than Yang Xiyun, who was at the beginning, the other's guqin skills were not worth his attention at all. It was too rough. He could not understand why these people would cheer so passionately. Was that guqin music that nice to listen to? However, he also understood that his cultivation realm was not on the same level as these people, so he could not use his own standards to judge others. Hence, he did not make any excessive comments and only said that it was all right. That was already the most lenient he could give them. However, his self-proclaimed leniency was seen as perfunctory in the eyes of the others. Everyone frowned, but didn't say anything. Then, another person went up onto the stage to showcase his guqin skills. When the song ended, the entire hall cheered. "Brother Chu, what do you think of this song?" Feng Yaorao asked again. "It was all right, I guess." "All right again? Damn, this guy is quite arrogant." The crowd thought to themselves as they looked at Chu Kuangren with hostility. "By the way, Li Daozi, why don't you go up and play a song to broaden everyone's horizons?" At this moment, a musician suggested. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked at Li Changyin. Even Yang Xiyun was no exception. Meanwhile, Murong Xian also looked towards where Li Changyin and the others were. When he saw Chu Kuangren and Shang Qingxue, his eyes instantly widened. "Sect leader!" Murong Xian could not help but cry out in surprise. Chu Kuangren looked at him with a gloomy gaze. "You finally noticed me, the sect leader." Everyone looked at the two of them in surprise. Yang Xiyun's eyes lit up when she saw Chu Kuangren. She said to Murong Xian, "Brother Murong, is this the sect leader you've been talking about?" "Not bad." Yang Xiyun nodded and bowed to Chu Kuangren. "Greetings, sect leader Chu. My name is Yang Xiyun." He didn't call him fellow Taoist, but sect master. It was a little respectful, as if he was meeting a parent. Chu Kuangren smiled. "You're welcome, Goddess Yang." "Sect leader, why are you guys here?" Murong Xian asked curiously. "This is a bit of a long story. If that's the case, let's wait until the banquet is over. We're here to make friends with the guqin, not to listen to you guys reminisce." One of the guqin musicians said unhappily. Chu Kuangren and Murong Xian both glanced at that person, but they did not say anything. "Then I shall go up first." Li Changyin smiled. He then went up the stage and took out a guqin. According to the information, this person was an expert in all kinds of musical instruments. However, no matter how good he was, there was still one instrument that he was best at, and that was the guqin. Li Changyin smiled at the crowd elegantly. Then he began to play with all 10 of his fingers. In an instant, guqin music poured out and reverberated in the air. The crowd could not help but be mesmerized by the guqin music. Even a musical Taoist master like Yang Xiyun could not help but be impressed. When the song ended, the crowd was still immersed in the music. "Good, very good." As expected of Li Daozi, this song is enough to go down in the history of music. This song is not inferior to the one that Lady Yang played earlier. In fact, it's even more profound. As usual, the crowd complimented Li Changyin even more than before. Li Changyin's song instantly made it sound like there was nothing in the world. Chu Kuangren was dumbfounded. Is it really that good? Brother Chu, what do you think? Feng Yarao asked. It's all right. Chu Kuangren admitted that Li Changyin's Guqin music was much better than the others. But to him, it was still only all right. His Guqin music was the same as the others. It had not reached a qualitative change. I thought he was some musical Taoist expert. Turns out he's just a tone-deaf person who knows nothing about music. One of the musicians said with disdain in his eyes. The others also thought that Chu Kuangren knew nothing about musical Taoism. Otherwise, why would he give the same evaluation every time? Li Daozi's Guqin skills are obviously better than the others, but he still gave the same evaluation. It seems like he has no interest in musical Taoism at all. That's right. I guess he doesn't even know how many strings there are on a Guqin. Forget it. He's just a layman. There's no need to argue with him. The crowd laughed for a while before they ignored him. In their opinion, they were professionals, and discussing the art of the zither with a layman was simply an insult to their culture. Brother Chu, aren't you going to show off your skills? Feng Yaorao, who was beside Chu Kuangren, said. She was a little annoyed to see the crowd looking down on Chu Kuangren. The others might not know, but how could she, who had fought with Chu Kuangren before, not know? Chu Kuangren knew how to play the Guqin. Moreover, he was an expert. That 8 celestial demonic chords was still fresh in her memory. There's no need. Besides, I don't have a Guqin with me. Chu Kuangren shook his head. His expression was calm. He did not care about the gossip of the crowd. These people treated him like a layman, but he treated them like a bunch of frogs in a well. He would not easily show off his musical skills. Besides, not many people in this world were qualified to listen to his Guqin music. He couldn't be bothered to go on stage to show off just because of a few words of gossip. All right, Feng Yaorao did not say anything else. However, at that moment, the crowd turned their attention to Murong Xian. This brother Murong here has a close relationship with Lady Yang. I'm sure he has some attainments in musical Taoism. I wonder if you can show us? A white-robed musical cultivator said. Compared to Chu Kuangren, Murong Xian, who had stolen Yang Xian's heart, was undoubtedly more likely to be hated by these people. I'm not good with music, Murong Xian said honestly. Brother Murong, you must be joking. Are you looking down on us and thinking that we're not qualified to listen to your music? The white-robed musical cultivator's tone changed and became a little aggressive towards the end. If this is considered looking down on us, then you're really too insignificant. At that moment, an indifferent voice was heard. Chapter 520. When Chu Kuangren spoke, the white-haired Guqin master choked. Li Changyin looked at Chu Kuangren and said, Brother Chu, you're being too harsh. We're just here to witness Brother Murong's Guqin skills. Oh, does that mean he doesn't know how to perform? We're friends with the Guqin. If he doesn't know how to play, why would he be here? The white-haired Guqin master said, Why do you care if we eat or sleep? As the host, Goddess Yang didn't even say anything, so why are you here? Chu Kuangren glanced at the white-haired Guqin master. At that moment, the white-haired Guqin master felt like he was being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast, and a chill ran down his spine. All right, these are my friends. Please give me some face and let this matter rest. Yang Xian said. The crowd did not say anything else and let the matter rest. Soon, the banquet came to an end. Chu Kuangren's visit was a huge disappointment. Aside from Yang Shiyun and Li Changyin, the rest of the musical cultivators present were all mediocre. Even Yang Shiyun and Li Changyin could not compare to him. However, he was pleasantly surprised to see Murong Xian. The few of them gathered in a private room and discussed their recent happenings. Tell me, how did you get together with Yang Xian? Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up as his gossipy soul burned. Murong Xian blushed. Sect leader, Goddess Yang, and I are pure. Pure? The two of you flirted with each other in public. Who would believe you if you told me you were pure? Cough, cough, is it that obvious? F***ck me. You still have the nerve to say that? Isn't it obvious enough that the two of you are in a relationship written on your faces? Actually, this is what happened. Chu Quangren and Shang Qingxue listened with great interest. It turned out that when Murong Xian entered the Emperor's path, he was transported to a forest by spatial energy. There were many demonic beasts in the forest. Murong Xian walked for a few days, but he still could not get out. Later on, he met Yang Xiyun, who happened to be out on a training trip. He saved her when she was surrounded by demonic beasts, and the two of them spent some time together in the forest. During that period of time, the two of them developed feelings for each other. Since Murong Xian had just arrived, he followed Yang Xiyun back to the Hope Sound clan. Until today, when he met Chu Quangren and his companion here. Chu Quangren was a little disappointed when he heard that. That's it. What else do you want me to do, sect leader? Murong Xian asked helplessly. You brat, your luck with women is not bad. You met such an innocent girl. You even managed to move her with such a cliché script of a hero saving a beauty. Xiyun is focused on studying the way of the Zither. She is indeed quite simple. Oh my, you were calling me Goddess Yang just now. Why are you calling me Xiyun now? Chu Quangren teased. Murong Xian's face turned red. Chu Quangren only teased him for a while. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Yang Xiyun walked in and said with a faint smile, Brother Murong, why don't you invite sect leader Chu and fellow Daoist Shang to the Hope Sound sect together? Murong Xian looked at Chu Quangren and his companion. If that's the case, we shall take our leave then. Chu Quangren smiled and said, No problem. Under Yang Xiyun's invitation, Chu Quangren and his companion arrived at the Hope Sound sect. The Hope Sound sect leader received Chu Quangren and his companion. The Hope Sound sect leader was a middle-aged woman with a few faint crow's feet between her brows. She had a mature charm about her. When she found out that Chu Quangren was Murong Xian's sect leader, her attitude was a little cold. She only asked someone to arrange 2 simple rooms for them. Sect leader, although the Hope Sound sect leader didn't say it explicitly, she seems to have something against us, Shang Qingxue said. It's not that you have a problem with us, but with Murong Xian. Think about it. The disciple that you've painstakingly nurtured has been snatched away by an outsider. Do you think you'll treat him kindly? Chu Quangren chuckled. Is that really it? I hope so. Otherwise, things with Murong Xian will not be easy to handle. Time passed, and soon it was time for the Thousand Zither Banquet. The Thousand Zither Banquet was held in a huge plaza in Seven Chord City. On that day, the plaza was filled with people. Countless Zither cultivators were eagerly waiting for the Emperor weapon to appear. Everyone was waiting for the Emperor weapon to appear. Most of these people were Zither cultivators. Li Changyin, Yang Xun, Little Demon Ji, and a few other outstanding youths of Seven Chord City were among them. At that moment, 3 figures flew over and landed in the center of the plaza. It's the 7-string Zither Guild's 3 guild leaders. The Hope Sound sect leader, the Illusory Sound sect leader, and the Sea Clan leader. Not only are these 3 legendary figures in music Dao, but they're also famous experts in the Emperor's path. Only these 3 are qualified to host the Thousand Zither Banquet. After all, it's an Emperor weapon that chooses its master. Of course, there must be a few people who are qualified to host it. The crowd of Zither cultivators at the scene discussed among themselves. Meanwhile, the 3 guild leaders swept their gazes across the crowd. They wanted to see if there were any noteworthy Zither Dao experts among them. The Northern Sea Zither Sage is here too. Not only him, but even the Glaze Daoist who has been living in seclusion in the heavenly Glaze Mountain for many years is here. The gazes of the 3 guild leaders swept across the crowd. All the famous Zither cultivators and their memories had arrived. At that moment, a sword light suddenly descended from the sky. The sword light landed, and a gust of sword chi swept past like a hurricane. A handsome young man slowly walked over from the distance. This man arrived in front of the sword light and pulled out his sword. On his back was a black zither. Dressed like this, it must be the sword race's genius, Jian Chongfeng. I didn't expect that even the people of the sword race would participate in this Thousand Zither Banquet. I guess most of the Zither cultivators have arrived. Jian Changfeng was one of the peak geniuses of the emperor's past younger generation, second only to the forbidden geniuses. It was said that this person was so powerful that he had once fought with a quasi-emperor without being at a disadvantage. After Jian Changfeng appeared, other geniuses who were proficient in Zither Dao appeared one after another. Every one of them had a great background. Looking at these people, the ordinary Zither cultivators immediately felt great pressure. With their abilities, it would be impossible for them to obtain the Emperor weapons from these people. Forget it, I didn't have any hope in the first place. Let's just treat it as seeing the world. A few Zither cultivators comforted themselves. When the Sea Clan's clan leader saw that most people had arrived, he stroked his beard and said indifferently, "Welcome, Emperor weapons." Then, a large number of dark clouds gathered in the sky. Within the dark clouds, azure lightning flashed wildly, emitting an incomparably powerful pressure. Following that, a bolt of lightning struck down. When the lightning dissipated, a beautiful azure zither that looked like it was made of crystal appeared in everyone's eyes. This zither was the emperor weapon that many zither cultivators dreamed of. This zither is called Spring Thunder. Chapter 521. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and turned into an azure zither that looked like it was made of crystal. There were 7 strings on the zither that were overflowing with light. It was extraordinary. This zither is called Spring Thunder. Imperial armament, Spring Thunder. As soon as the Sea Clan master finished speaking, all the zither cultivators looked at the zither with uncontrollable fanaticism in their eyes. This is an imperial armament. It is indeed extraordinary. Rumor has it that when this zither appeared, dark clouds covered the sun and thunder rumbled for 3 days. Is that why it is named Spring Thunder? Spring Thunder, the thunder of spring. It is majestic and contains the intent to nurture all living things. All the zither cultivators stared at the spring thunder and wished they could touch it. However, with the 3 presidents of the 7-string zither guild waiting there, they would not dare to act rashly even if they were 10 times more courageous. The imperial armament has appeared. Now is the time for everyone to show off and gain the recognition of the imperial armament. Please, the illusory sound sectmaster said. The 3 presidents had already tried, but no one could gain the recognition of the imperial armament. They had even fought over the ownership of the imperial armament. That was why they held the 10,000 zither banquet to let the spring thunder choose its own master. Since it is a zither imperial armament, one must have the corresponding cultivation of the zither Dao to gain its recognition. Let me go first. A white-robed zither master took a step forward and took out a zither. He plucked the zither with his 10 fingers and played rapidly, wanting to gain the recognition of the imperial armament. However, no matter how he played, the spring thunder did not move at all. The white-robed zither master was unwilling to give up. He kept playing and didn't even notice that the zither strings were cutting his fingers. He was like a crazy demon. Zither imperial armaments were too rare. To cultivators who specialized in the Zither Dao, they were supreme treasures. Now that the treasure was right in front of the white-robed Zither Master, how could he be willing to give up? Your Zither Dao cultivation is not enough, Jian Changfeng from the Sword Clan said. Jian Changfeng from the Sword Clan said faintly. With a raise of his hand, a boundless spiritual energy burst out and sent the white-clothed Zither player flying. The white-robed Zither player fell to the ground. Just as he was about to get up and resist, a biting cold sword intent locked onto him. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, causing him to sober up. He looked at the sword race's genius, Jian Changfeng, and did not dare to act rashly. He glanced at the spring lightning and knew that he was not fated to obtain this monarch weapon. Jian Changfeng ignored the Zither player and looked at the spring lightning before him. He said indifferently, "This emperor weapon must have been prepared for me." Then he took down the black zither on his back, placed it across his knees, and began to play. He was known as the Guqin and sword duel master. His Guqin music was just like his sword, filled with a biting cold aura. The sound of his zither was extraordinary, bursting out with the sound of metal. It was as if thousands of men and horses were charging and colliding in front of them. Great music, good skills. A zither master's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but sigh in praise. Everyone looked at the monarch weapon, spring lightning. The monarch weapon trembled slightly, but it soon became motionless. Jin Changfeng frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that the monarch weapon would still not acknowledge him. As expected of a monarch weapon. However, I must obtain you today. Jin Changfeng coldly snorted. Then he plucked the strings with his 10 fingers, and the zither music increased by another level. Let's attack together. I don't know how long we will have to wait. If you want to gain the monarch weapon's acknowledgement, you will have to rely on your own abilities. Many zither cultivators present could no longer hold back. They took out their zither and began to play. Li Changyin, Yang Xiun, Ji Xiaoyao, and the other zither path geniuses were no exception. For a time, the entire plaza was filled with countless zither tunes, and all kinds of Dao runes filled the air. Thousands of strings danced, and thousands of zither tunes rang out. All the zither cultivators were performing their own zither tunes in an attempt to attract the monarch weapon. Among them, several zither tunes were the most obvious. Apart from Jian Changfeng's zither tunes, Li Changyin and the other 7 Flux City geniuses were more outstanding. Among them, Li Changyin's zither tunes were somewhat illusory, like the illusory clouds in the sky, lofty and ethereal. Hope Sound Sex Yang Xian was also very extraordinary. Compared to the affectionate tune she had played at the Cloud Xian Pavilion a few days ago, the tune she was playing today was like a high mountain and flowing river. It was majestic and had a profound artistic conception. It was like a long scroll of mountains and rivers that was slowly unfolding. On the other side, the petite Ji Xiaoyao held a zither in her hands. The zither tunes she played were sonorous and powerful. Each tune seemed to use all of her strength, bursting forth with a majestic intent. It was the Sea Clan's legacy song, the Song of Righteousness. Most of the zither cultivators' zither tunes were suppressed by those few geniuses' zither tunes. Some of the zither players were even disrupted and did not know how to continue playing. However, no matter how hard the zither cultivators tried, they were unable to resonate with the monarch weapon, Spring Lightning, let alone make it recognize them as its master. Damn it, it is indeed not an easy task to gain the monarch weapon's acknowledgement. We've already given it our all and played the zither tunes that we're most proud of, but it's still useless? Just as everyone was trying their best to gain the monarch weapon's acknowledgement. Loud laughter suddenly sounded from above the clouds. Ha! This laughter was extremely loud and contained an extremely dense spiritual power echoing through the clouds. All the zither tunes in the square were suppressed by this laughter. There is no one in the current generation who can gain the monarch weapon's acknowledgement. 2 people could be seen walking through the clouds. They were 2 old men. One carried a zither on his back, while the other carried a huge paintbrush. They exuded an extremely powerful quasi-emperor aura. The expressions of the 3 presidents of the Zither Club changed at once when they saw these 2 people. It's them, the Zither Demon, Painting Ghost. What are these 2 fellows doing here? The Zither Demon, Painting Ghost, was definitely a legendary name on the Monarch Path. Of these 2 people, one had entered the Tao through the Zither, while the other had entered the Tao through painting. Their cultivation levels were extraordinary, and they were top existences among the quasi-emperors. However, these 2 people did not have a good reputation on the Monarch Path. The Zither Demon was good at collecting zither. Any zither that caught his eye, he would get his hands on it, even if the zither already had an owner. The Painting Ghost was almost the same, but there was one difference. He collected all the famous paintings in the world to copy them. After copying them, he would destroy the original version and then deliberately spread the copied painting. Due to his superb painting skills, very few people could see through the authenticity of the painting. He liked the feeling of toying with the painters of the world. Once someone saw through the disguise, he would go to the person's door and kill the person who saw through the disguise. Therefore, even if someone could tell that the paintings were copied by painting ghost, they wouldn't dare to say it. Because of this, the Zither demon, painting ghost, did not have a good reputation on the monarch path. But because of their great strength, no one had ever been able to do anything to them. Later on, the two of them seemed to have retired and haven't appeared for thousands of years. But this time, the appearance of the monarch weapon, Spring Thunder, attracted the two of them. There is no one in the current generation who can gain the monarch weapon's acknowledgement. If that's the case, then it would be impolite of me to refuse. The one who spoke was the Zither demon. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he took out a completely black zither that exuded an eerie vibe. That was the Zither demon's most precious collection, the zither of the demonic Een. Chapter 522. With the appearance of the Een demon zither, a cold and sinister Tao rhyme spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop to freezing point. Especially the zither of the zither cultivators present, which were shrouded in a layer of treacherous chill. Some of the zither cultivators' fingers were corroded by this chill, and they couldn't help but throw away their zither, looking at the zither devil and the zither in his hands in horror. What zither is that? How could it be so treacherous? That zither is strange. Only Li Chang'an and the other geniuses could resist the chill. However, they couldn't help but look at the zither devil with fear. This is the zither devil? Is that the legendary Een demon zither? It really is extraordinary. Terrifying. The zither devil swept his cold gaze over the crowd and sneered. This is the current generation's outstanding zither talent. Apart from a few people who can be used, the rest are all trash. Hearing this, the zither cultivators were somewhat unwilling. However, due to the zither devil's strength, they could only suppress their dissatisfaction, not daring to reveal the slightest bit. Seeing their attitudes, the disdain in the zither devil's eyes intensified. "Zither devil, what are you doing here?" The Sea Clan patriarch asked. "What am I doing? Of course I'm here to make this imperial zither weapon recognize me as its master." The zither devil chuckled and looked at Chun-Lei. "After so many years, this is the first time I've seen a zither imperial weapon. How could I miss such a zither? You are not welcome here," the illusory sound sect master said coldly. Zither cultivators would not have a good impression of the zither devil. Seven Flux City was a gathering place for zither cultivators, so it was even less likely that the zither devil would be welcome. "Since you don't have the ability to make the imperial weapon recognize you as its master, let me do it. Since you don't welcome me, what does it have to do with me? Brother zither devil, you can focus on your own matters. Let me handle these old fellows," Painted Ghost said with a smile. He looked at the Sea Clan patriarch and the others with disdain in his eyes. He took out the giant brush on his back and lightly drew a line. A huge ink mark appeared in the air. The ink mark spread out, transforming into a landscape of mountains and rivers, covering an area of several dozen li. It instantly pulled the Sea Clan patriarch and the others into a world within a painting. "Everyone, be careful. Let me see what kind of methods the rumored Painted Ghost has." While the Sea Clan patriarch and the other two quasi-emperors were entangled with the Painted Ghost, the zither demon had already made his move. He looked at the spring thunder in front of him, his 10 fingers quickly dancing on the Een magic zither. Strange zither sounds erupted, shaking a radius of 100 miles. Hearing this sound, countless creatures felt as if their heads were going to explode, and they clutched their heads in pain as they howled. Even a prodigy like Li Chang'an had no choice but to circulate his spiritual energy to resist this strange zither music. Clank, clank, clank. The frenzied and eerie sound of the zither reverberated through the air. Not far away, the spring thunder zither seemed to have also sensed the sound and began to tremble. "Yes, that's right. That's it. Submit to me, spring thunder." I'm the only master in this world who can bring out your full potential. The Zither Devil's eyes were burning with passion. Just as he had said, after collecting zither for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered a Zither Emperor weapon. He absolutely couldn't miss it. He even envisioned the scene of him wielding this Emperor weapon and slaughtering his way through the world. If this goes on, this Spring Thunder Zither might really be subdued by the Zither Devil. Li Changyin and the rest could not help but reveal grave expressions when they saw this. If you want to subdue an Emperor weapon, you'll have to ask for my permission first. Jin Changfeng suddenly bellowed, drew his long sword, and slashed across the sky. Terrifying sword chi poured out. Junior, you're a hindrance. The Zither Devil snorted coldly and plucked the zither strings. A powerful zither music Taoist rhyme erupted, shattering the zither sword and sending Jian Changfeng flying hundreds of feet away. So powerful, Jian Changfeng's pupils shrank slightly. Just a single zither music was unbearable for him, which meant that the Zither Devil's combat strength was much stronger than his. If it wasn't for the sake of the sword race, that zither music would have been enough to kill you, the Zither Devil said coldly. When the rest heard this, they could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, it was good to have a powerful background. If it was someone else, that person would have been killed by that zither music. The might of the Zither Devil shocked everyone, and no one dared to approach and obstruct the Zither Devil anymore. It seems like this spring lightning does not belong to us. Li Changyin's expression turned ugly. The Zither Devil is extremely cruel. Now that he has obtained this Emperor weapon, who knows how he'll harm the world? Yang Shiyun's eyes were filled with worry. She looked at the Ji Clan's clan head and the rest who were fighting with the Painted Ghost. The Painted Ghost was extremely powerful, and he was not at a disadvantage even when fighting with 3 quasi-emperors at the same time. There were thousands of ghosts wailing in the world in the painting, and it was a horrifying scene from hell. Although the 3 quasi-emperors did not pose much of a hindrance to the Painted Ghost, they would not be able to break out of the world in a short period of time. If the Zither Devil obtained the Emperor weapon, then no one would be able to stop the 2 of them. Buzz, at that moment, the Emperor weapon, Spring Lightning, exploded with a terrifying Emperor aura. With a clang, a terrifying sound wave spread out like a sudden clap of thunder. The Zither Devil was sent flying hundreds of feet away by this tyrannical force. After repelling the Zither Devil, Spring Lightning once again calmed down. Upon seeing this scene, everyone turned pale with fright, especially the Zither Devil. His expression was extremely ugly. You rejected me? You actually rejected me. In this world, apart from me, the Zither Devil, who else is worthy of using you? The Zither Devil roared at the Emperor weapon, Spring Lightning. Everyone looked at each other. They did not expect that even the Zither Devil would not be able to obtain the Emperor weapon, Spring Lightning's recognition. One should know that although the Zither Devil's character was not very good, his Zither Dao cultivation was unquestionable. In terms of Zither Dao, if he was ranked second, then no one would dare to say that they were ranked first. Since you don't recognize me, then no one else can obtain you. The Zither Devil's eyes were crazed as he charged at Spring Lightning. He wanted to snatch Spring Lightning by force. Even if he could not obtain its recognition, he would hide it so that no one else could obtain it. Spring Lightning seemed to have sensed the Zither Devil's thoughts. The azure body of the Zither released a bolt of lightning, which turned into an air barrier in front of the Zither Devil. The Zither Devil's hand collided with the lightning, causing a loud explosion in the void. However, although Spring Lightning was powerful, it was ultimately a weapon without a master. It could not unleash 100% of its power. The Zither Devil's hand continued to break through the lightning and grabbed at Spring Lightning. However, at that moment, Guqin music suddenly rang out. The crowd was stunned. Who would dare to play Guqin music at a time like this? No, it's not just one Guqin music. Suddenly, the crowd realized something, and their faces were filled with shock. All the Gyukins around them started to play on their own, letting out a melodious Guqin music. What's going on? Li Changyin looked at the Guqin in her hand, shocked and confused. "Look, it's him." At that moment, the crowd looked not far away. They saw a black-haired young man in a white robe slowly walking towards them. His body emanated an extremely mysterious Guqin Taoist rhyme. Wherever he went, the strings of the Guqin seemed to be controlled by an invisible giant hand, letting out Guqin music as if they were welcoming the honorable Guqin. All the Guqin welcomed him. "Sorry I'm late." Chu Kuangren looked at spring lightning not far away and smiled as if it was something that belonged to him. Chapter 523. Chu Kuangren arrived at the banquet of 10,000 Guqin and released a mysterious Guqin Taoist rhyme. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of Guqin greeted him. When everyone saw this, their faces were filled with indescribable shock. It was as if the person in front of them was the god of Guqin. Otherwise, why would there be such a phenomenon? "It's him. How can it be him?" Li Changyin's expression changed. He recognized Chu Kuangren. Besides him, many people at the scene recognized Chu Kuangren as well. When this person appeared at the Cloud Pavilion a few days ago, they thought that he knew nothing about Guqin Dao. However, the scene in front of them gave them a hard slap in the face. If the person in front of them knew nothing about Guqin Dao, then what were they? I can't believe what Brother Morong said was true. Yang Xian looked at Chu Kuangren's back with shock in her eyes. She suddenly remembered that Murong Xian once said that his sect leader also knew how to play the Guqin, and he played it better than her. That made the two of them fight for a while. She had forgotten about it after that. However, she now knew that Murong Xian did not lie to her. The Black Heaven sect leader was indeed an expert in Guqin Dao. "Kid, who are you?" The Guqin demon looked at Chu Kuangren, who suddenly appeared and stopped playing. He looked at him seriously. He could sense that the Guqin Taoist rhyme on the person in front of him was too extraordinary. "It's Master." Chu Kuangren pointed to the spring thunder and smiled. "You flatter me." The Guqin demon snorted. The spring thunder had never been recognized as its master ever since it appeared. How could it have a master? Without another word, he pointed the demonic Guqin at Chu Kuangren and said coldly, "I don't care who you are. You must die for trying to steal my Guqin." He pressed his fingers on the demonic Guqin and started playing. Chaotic Guqin music poured out like a group of demons dancing, eerie and terrifying. The surrounding void exploded under the Guqin music. It was terrifying. Li Changyin, Yang Xiyun, and the others quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the Guqin music. Chu Kuangren stood still. When the Guqin music got close to him, it was blocked by an invisible mind power. "Your Guqin music is really noisy," Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Then, he gently swiped his finger in the air. An invisible thread appeared, and there was a Guqin Taoist rhyme wrapped around it. Those were zither strings, condensing qi into a string. Heaven and earth are the chord. The surrounding zither cultivators couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. The heaven and earth were the strings. This was the highest realm of the zither Tao. There were no strings in his hands, but wherever the Taoist rhyme touched, everything in the world, even a strand of hair, could be used as a zither string. The musical cultivators did not expect Chu Kuangren's musical Tao realm to have reached such a level. Even the zither devil's pupils constricted. Even he was still quite a distance away from the heaven and earth as a string realm. The person in front of him was able to use it so easily. This was simply too unbelievable. It's been a while since I've used the way of the zither against an opponent. You're lucky enough to witness it. Chu Kuangren chuckled. His fingers plucked at the qi strings that were condensing in the air, and a terrifying Guqin Taoist rhyme suddenly filled the air. Third celestial demonic chord, grand reverie. The strings moved, and the sound of the zither rang out. The sound of the zither seemed to have traveled through countless years and came from ancient times. It carried with it an ancient, simple, and heavy aura. Amidst the rumble, the ancient Guqin sound instantly shattered the zither devil's frenzied zither music and slammed into the zither devil's body with a majestic aura. A mist of blood gushed out. The zither devil flew back a few dozen feet. He looked at Chu Kuangren with an indescribable shock in his eyes. This kind of Guqin music, how is this possible? Not far away, Guege, the Sea Clan head, and the others who were fighting also stopped. They looked at Chu Kuangren with a face full of shock. Gue's expression changed. He dispersed the Taoist rhyme around him and quickly came to the Zither Devil's side. "Brother Zither Devil, are you all right?" The Zither Devil wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "It's not a big deal, but this person's musical Tao cultivation is unfathomable. I'm afraid I'm no match for him alone. It's fine. If you and I join forces, I don't believe we can't take him down." "All right." The Zither Devil nodded. Gue's huge brush drew in the void. It was as if a large bucket of ink was poured into the void, and a large amount of ink was rendered. It was as if the entire world had turned into a painting. The painting was not of beautiful flowers and plants, nor was it of majestic mountains and rivers, let alone a beautiful woman. It was the 1,000 ghosts of hell. In the painting, a ferocious evil ghost formed from ink rushed towards Chu Kuangren and tried to devour him. The Zither Devil, on the other hand, sat cross-legged and plucked the demonic Guqin with all 10 fingers. A frenzied and eerie tune suddenly echoed between the heavens and the earth. The wails of the 1,000 ghosts were mixed with this eerie tune, multiplying its power. The terrifying Taoist rhyme filled the heavens and the earth, forming a scene of doomsday as it played the demonic music of madness. What a terrifying power. I can't believe the Zither Devil and Gue can unleash such power when they join forces. Oh my God, these two people's power is too terrifying. One by one, the young cultivators could not help but be dumbfounded when they saw the power displayed by the Zither Devil and Gue. This kind of power was too tyrannical. Even the Sea Clan head and the other quasi-emperors felt their hearts palpitate. This power is probably close to the Emperor realm. The Sea Clan head gulped and said, "The Emperor realm was not a realm, but a collective term for those who were stronger than the boundary Emperor but weaker than the Emperor realm. In the entire Emperor's path, there were not many who possessed the combat strength of an Emperor. Most of them were the mainstays of the ancient orthodoxies. When the Zither Devil and Gue joined forces, they could unleash a power that was close to the Emperor realm. No wonder they dared to come to Seven Chord City to steal the Spring Thunder. With such power, even if they could not defeat the combined forces of several ancient orthodoxies, no one would be able to stop them from leaving. The combination of the Guqin and the painting? That's interesting." Chu Kuangren smirked as he felt the terrifying pressure coming from all directions. It was rare for him to feel threatened. As the 1,000 ghosts approached, the sword chi around Chu Kuangren tore them apart one by one. However, Gue used his spiritual power as ink to form evil ghosts, so it was almost endless. In addition, the Zither Devil's Guqin music was getting more and more frenzied, as if it was about to reach a whole new level. "Young lad, this demonic hum ghost painting is the result of our 1,000 years of research. You should be honored that you're the first person to witness this power," Gue said coldly as he held a giant brush in his hand. Upon hearing that, the crowd finally realized why Gue and the Zither Devil had disappeared all these years. It turned out that they had gone to research the combination of the Guqin and the painting techniques. It was worth noting that the effect was very obvious. The Guqin and the painting, two different Taoist rhymes, two different techniques, and two different energies fused to form a brand new, earth-shattering power. It was a high degree of synergy between the Taoist rhymes of two boundary emperors. It was the rarest sight in the world. However, in the face of such a scene and such power, Chu Kuangren did not panic at all. His eyes were still as calm as ever. It was like a bottomless pool of ice, without a single ripple. You should be honored, because you're about to hear the most beautiful music in this world. This is a Guqin music played for the gods and demons. It's the true sound of nature. A terrifying Guqin Taoist rhyme erupted from Chu Kuangren's body as he yelled, Guqin come. Chapter 524. Guqin come. Chu Kuangren let out a soft roar, and the Guqin Taoist rhyme that soared into the sky instantly triggered the Emperor weapon, Spring Thunder. The spring thunder that countless Guqin cultivators had tried so hard to resonate with began to vibrate violently. A majestic Guqin Taoist rhyme that was mixed with Emperor's aura erupted and resonated with Chu Kuangren's Guqin Taoist rhyme. The Emperor weapon, Spring Thunder, turned into a blue ray of lightning and disappeared from where it was, heading towards Chu Kuangren. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor weapon, Spring Thunder, pierced through the painted ghost world of painting and flew towards Chu Kuangren. Wherever it went, thousands of ghosts perished. The lightning stopped in front of Chu Kuangren and turned into the Spring Thunder. It was blue in color with a crystal clear body, beautiful patterns, and extraordinary Taoist rhyme. Everything showed how extraordinary this monarch weapon was. The prideful Emperor weapon was now floating docilely in front of Chu Kuangren, as if it was waiting for him to play. Chu Kuangren gently stroked the Spring Thunder's Guqin strings and murmured, "Acknowledge me as your master, and I shall use you to play the most beautiful music in this world." The Spring Thunder's Guqin body trembled slightly, as if it was responding. Meanwhile, all the Guqin cultivators outside the world of painting were dumbfounded at the sight. They had tried their best, but could not make the Spring Thunder budge at all. Yet Chu Kuangren just played, and the Spring Thunder immediately went to acknowledge him as its master. The difference between them was too obvious. I can't believe there's such a powerful Guqin Taoist in this world. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Even the Sea Clan head and a few other cultivators who stood at the pinnacle of Guqin Taoism were shocked by the scene before them. If it was just a simple Spring Thunder acknowledging him as its master, they would not be so surprised. However, the Spring Thunder's method of acknowledging him as its master was a challenge to their mental state. So what if you have the help of an Emperor weapon? With the Guqin demon and the painted ghost working together, no one in this world can defeat you. The Guqin demon yelled. His expression gradually became crazed, and so did his Guqin music. It was the same for the painted ghost. Using his spiritual power as ink, he continuously painted all kinds of terrifying evil spirits. Chu Kuangren placed all 10 fingers on the Spring Thunder's Guqin strings. Have a taste of the celestial demonic music. With a clang, the Guqin music echoed. The first movement of the 8 demonic chords, boundless heaven and earth. The majestic sound of the vast expanse carried the power of heaven and earth as it impacted the world within the painting. The second song, Storm in the City. The sound of the zither transformed into countless wind blades, forming a terrifying storm that swept out and crushed the tens of thousands of ghosts. The third tune, Huang Zhong de Lu, the ancient sound of the zither exploded and pushed the zither demon back again. The fourth movement, Ambush from 10 sides. The sound of the zither came from all directions, crazily attacking the world in the painting. The fifth song, Swallowing 10,000ly. The sixth song, Raging waves beating the shore. The seventh song, Echoes of heaven and earth. During the seventh song, the entire world in the painting could no longer withstand the increasingly terrifying zither notes. Heaven and earth shook at the same time, and the world in the painting completely shattered. Both Zither Devil and Painting Ghost were instantly severely injured by this terrifying power. However, Chu Kuangren's Guqin music did not stop. The sound of the zither reverberated between heaven and earth. At this moment, countless people looked at the figure who was playing the Guqin, and there was nothing else in their eyes. There seemed to be only one person and one zither left in the world. The sound of the Guqin reverberated, and everyone felt as if their ears had gone deaf. They could no longer hear anything. However, their souls were trembling uncontrollably. The feeling that Chu Kuangren's Guqin music brought to them had surpassed their senses and reached their souls. Final 8 celestial demonic chords, grand note of silence. The final 8 celestial chords resounded, and an indescribable surge of Guqin Taoist rhyme erupted like a torrent. It was silent, but it was earth-shattering. Grand note of silence. Grand note of silence. This is the true grand note of silence. The Shi'in sect leader looked at Chu Kuangren with awe in her eyes. The reason why the Shi'in sect was called the Shi'in sect was because they believed in the simplicity of the great Tao and the grand note of silence. However, no one in the Shi'in sect had been able to do it for so many years. Now, she was witnessing it from an outsider. Grand note of silence. The majestic and boundless Guqin Taoist rhyme instantly erupted and landed on the zither demon and painting ghost. The two peak quasi-emperors could no longer hold on under such a strong force. They were severely injured on the spot and were on their last breaths. Their boundary emperor bodies had been damaged to the point where they could no longer be repaired. The two of them lay on the ground, their brushes broken, and their Guqin strings broken. The celestial demonic chords, it really is the celestial demonic chords. The zither demon looked at Chu Kuangren before he died, but there was not much resentment in his eyes. All he felt was an endless yearning and a kind of satisfaction. The one who can play such Guqin music, tell me your name. The zither demon looked at Chu Kuangren and asked curiously. Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren, Chu Kuangren. Haha, it might not be a bad thing to die to this kind of Guqin music. Are you satisfied? Knowing the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The zither demon said calmly as the hostility on his face dissipated. In the end, he died with satisfaction. As for painting ghost, he did not feel the same way as he did. After all, he was a painter, so he did not feel the same way as the zither demon. He tried his best to take out a great shift talisman from his yin and yang ring, intending to crush it and leave. However, at that moment, a foot stepped on his wrist and kicked the great shift talisman away. Chu Kuangren looked at him and did not say anything. He pointed his finger and a ray of sword chi shot out, ending his opponent's last chance of survival. In the end, he kept their yin and yang rings. He had gained quite a lot this time. The Spring Thunder Saber, recognizing him as its owner, was his biggest gain. With this Emperor weapon and his 8 celestial demonic chords, it would become one of Chu Kuangren's strongest techniques. Congratulations, Brother Chu, for gaining the Emperor weapon's recognition. The Hope Sound sect master walked in front of Chu Kuangren with a fanatical look in her eyes. His demeanor was completely different from his previous indifferent demeanor. Brother Chu, do you know this person? Hope Sound sect master? The illusory sound sect master asked curiously. Of course, Brother Chu is an honored guest of the Hope Sound sect, the Hope Sound sect master said with a smile. Chu Kuangren was even more intrigued when he heard that. He had been staying in the Hope Sound sect for a few days now, but other than the first time he met the Hope Sound sect master, no one paid any attention to him. Was he considered an honored guest? However, he did not say much. After all, Murong Xian was still in a relationship with Yang Xiyun, and they could very well become in-laws in the future. Since the Spring Thunder Saber has recognized you as its owner, you are now an honored guest of the Hope Sound sect. The Sea Clan also welcomes you anytime, Brother Chu. A few boundary emperors expressed their desire to befriend Chu Kuangren. Putting aside Chu Kuangren's unparalleled musical Tao cultivation base, his strength alone was enough for them to befriend him. Haha, I can already tell that Brother Chu is a dragon among men back at the Cloud Pavilion. You're indeed extraordinary. That's right, Brother Chu, you've killed the zither demon. You've gotten rid of a great threat for our musical Tao. The other musical Tao cultivators also stepped forward to compliment him. However, there was one person who stared at Chu Kuangren with a cold look in his eyes. That person was Jian Changfeng of the Swordsman. He looked at Chu Kuangren and sneered. Everyone befriending someone depends on the person. If you make a mistake, you may lose your life. Chapter 525. Everyone, if you make a mistake, you may lose your life. Jian Changfeng said coldly. Upon hearing his words, everyone had a strange look on their faces. They looked at Chu Kuangren, then at Jian Changfeng, trying to guess what he meant. Did Chu Kuangren have a grudge against the swordsman? If I'm not mistaken, you must be the Chu Kuangren who killed the Sima clan head and the others at Sky Lake Mountain and stole the Icy Lotus. Am I right? Yes, that's me. Chu Kuangren nodded with a playful smile on his face. His eye of revelation was already in operation, analyzing all the information about Jian Changfeng. The swordsman's top-notch sky pride, dual mastery of the Guqin and sword, and his combat strength was comparable to a top-notch sage ruler. Not bad, he was considered a top-notch sky pride, but unfortunately, he was nothing compared to Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren wanted to see what Jian Changfeng was up to. You're now on the swordsman's blacklist. You better watch out for yourself. As soon as Jian Changfeng finished speaking, he turned into a sword ray and flew away. Although he was a top-notch sky pride, he knew he was no match for Chu Kuangren after witnessing his combat strength. The only reason he showed up was to warn the Si family, Illusory Sound Sect, and a few other orthodoxies. Chu Kuangren also saw through his opponent's plan. He had to admit that his opponent's move was very effective. The forces and musical cultivators who wanted to befriend Chu Kuangren earlier were shocked when they heard that Chu Kuangren had a grudge against the swordsman, and they immediately stayed away from him. They were as cold as they had been earlier. Some of them even looked at Chu Kuangren as if he was a dead man. Offending the swordsman in the Emperor's path was no different from courting death. Brother Chu, just pretend that I didn't say anything. The seven-string Guqin Society has nothing to do with you. The Illusory Sound Sect Master then looked at the spring thunder in his opponent's hand and said, "This Emperor weapon, please, why, you want to go back?" Before the Illusory Sound Sect Master could finish his sentence, Chu Kuangren spoke on his behalf. He said playfully, "Didn't the Guqin Society organize this banquet to find a new owner for the Emperor weapon? Now that the Emperor weapon has recognized me as its owner, you want to go back? Do you have no shame?" Upon hearing Chu Kuangren's words, the Illusory Sound Sect Master's expression turned grim, but he had nothing to say. Unable to get it back, and unable to defeat him, the three guild leaders of the Guqin concert could not do anything to Chu Kuangren. Humph. The Illusory Sound Sect Master snorted coldly and left. Meanwhile, the Hopian clan leader looked at Chu Kuangren with a look of pity in her eyes. It's such a shame that a musical Taoist genius like you has offended the swordsman. She was already thinking about how to distance herself from Chu Kuangren and the others. After leaving Seven Flux City, Jian Changfeng passed by a mountain range. All of a sudden, a strange fluctuation appeared in the void. His keen senses told him that something was amiss. A quasi-emperor long sword appeared in his hand, and he coldly scanned the surroundings. "Who is it? Show yourself." Tisk tsk, as expected of a direct descendant of the fourth elder, to be able to detect me. A pitch-black shadow appeared beside Jian Changfeng. That person wore a long black robe and exuded a treacherous aura. When this person appeared, Jian Changfeng felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped significantly. Shadowblade Master. Jian Changfeng recognized the attire of the person before him. It was the most powerful and secretive troop of the swordsmen, the Shadow Blade Master. That's right, I'm the Shadow Blade Master, the Grudge Blade Master. Why have you suddenly appeared in front of me? Jian Changfeng put away his long sword and said, "To be honest, I have a small favor to ask of you." "Oh, the Shadow Blade Master is asking for my help? That's interesting. Tell me about it." "It's about Chu Kuangren." After the Myriad Zither banquet ended, Chu Kuangren returned to the Hope Sound Sect. However, not long after he returned, the Hope Sound Sect leader came looking for him. "I've only just returned, and Brother Lin is already here. What's the matter?" Chu Kuangren smiled at the Hope Sound Sect leader. Since the Hope Sound Sect leader's surname was Lin, Chu Kuangren had always addressed her as Brother Lin. "I'm here to ask Brother Chu and the people of the Black Heaven Sect to leave the Hope Sound Sect immediately." The Hope Sound Sect leader did not beat around the bush and immediately stated her intention. Beside her, Yang Xiyun's expression changed slightly. "Honorable teacher, Xiyun, don't interfere in this matter. Just as Yang Shiyun was about to say something, she was interrupted by the Hope Sound Sect leader. Chu Kuangren was not surprised when he heard the Hope Sound Sect leader's words. It was as if he had expected it. What a pity. I was hoping to find a chance to interact more with Brother Lin. Perhaps we'll have a chance to become in-laws in the future. There's no chance for that. The Hope Sound Sect leader coldly glanced at Murong Xian beside her. He's not worthy to be the son-in-law of the Hope Sound Sect. Honorable teacher, what have Brother Murong and the others done wrong? Why do you have to treat them this way? Yang Xiun could not help but ask loudly. Offending the swordsman is their biggest mistake. The Hope Sound Sect leader shouted coldly. The swordsman? Do they think they can do whatever they want? Silly child, the swordsman's heritage can't be compared to 10 Hope Sound sects. If they want to kill someone, no one can protect them. Yang Xian heard that and looked at Murong Xian with a helpless and worried expression. On one side was where her heart belonged, and on the other side was her honorable teacher and the sect that raised her. She was caught in the middle and was in a dilemma. Xiun, the swordsmen are powerful. The Hope Sound Sect leader is only doing this to protect you and the Hope Sound Sect. I can understand that. Murong Xian looked at Yang Xiun and comforted her. It's good that you think this way. I won't make things difficult for you. Seeing that you've saved Xiun before, I'll give you 50 kilograms of spiritual source. Take it. The Hope Sound Sect leader took out a yin and yang ring. Her meaning was very clear. Take this spiritual source and break up with my disciple. Go far away and never come back. I saved Xiun. That's my business. I'm not asking you to repay me. Please take this spiritual source back, sect leader. Pretending to be virtuous. The Hope Sound Sect leader snorted. To her, Murong Xian was a sky pride from the outside world. How much spiritual source could he have after entering the Emperor's path? 50 kilograms of spiritual source was considered a considerable asset in the Emperor's path. In the outside world, that was equivalent to 10 billion top-tier soul stones. As for the spiritual source, the Black Heaven sect has plenty of it. You don't have to worry about it, Brother Lin. Chu Kuangren stepped forward and said. He did not even look at the yin and yang ring before he left with Shang Qingxue. Murong Xian and Yang Xiun looked at each other. Both of them were reluctant to leave. Xiun, trust me. I'll overcome all the difficulties and come back for you. Murong Xian took a deep breath and said solemnly. After that, he turned around and caught up to Chu Kuangren and Shang Qingxue. Murong Xian did not say a word along the way. He seemed to be immersed in the sadness of parting with Yang Xiun. What's wrong? You can't even handle such a small setback? Chu Kuangren raised his eyebrows. At that moment, Murong Xian lifted his head and looked at the end of the Emperor's path. He said firmly, Sect leader, I want to become an emperor. Chapter 5:26. Sect leader, I want to become an emperor. Murong Xian suddenly said with determination. Chu Kuangren, who heard him, had a strange look in his eyes. He then smiled and nodded. Good. I'm glad that you have such ambition. It was great that Murong Xian did not fall into depression. In fact, Murong Xian's Taoist core was strong enough that he would not fall into depression over this matter. I want to become an emperor. Only by becoming an emperor can I break through all obstacles. What swordsmen? What Hope Sound sect? They can all go to hell. Murong Xian looked at the end of the Emperor's path with an unprecedented fighting spirit. The power of love is indeed great. Shang Qingxue, who was beside him, marveled. After the three left Hope Sound sect, they went to an inn in Seven Cord City and stayed there for the time being. Although the Emperor weapon, Spring Thunder, had already recognized its master, Chu Kuangren still needed to refine it before he could fully unleash its power. Since Spring Thunder had recognized its master, the process was not too long. Coupled with his current cultivation level, it took less than 2 days for Chu Kuangren to completely refine the Spring Thunder. During this process, a piece of news suddenly came. Jian Changfeng of the Swordsman had suddenly challenged Chu Kuangren to a duel at Night City, which was not far from Seven Cord City. Regarding this sudden news, everyone in Seven String City was incomparably shocked. Although Jian Chongfeng was quite powerful and was one of the top sky prides in the Emperor's path, Chu Kuangren's strength had far surpassed his when he battled the Guqin demon, painted ghost 2 days ago. Where did Jian Chongfeng get the confidence to challenge Chu Kuangren? Shang Qingxue and Murong Xian were puzzled too. Is this guy out of his mind? I don't think it's that simple. There must be something we don't know about. Inside the inn, Murong Xian and Shang Qingxue were conversing. At that time, Chu Kuangren had also come out of his closed-door meditation. Then, Murong Xian told him about Jian Chongfeng. After listening, Chu Kuangren could not help but reveal a playful look. Challenge me? Where does this guy get his courage from? Sect leader, there must be a trick behind this. That's for sure. But since we have nothing better to do anyway, we might as well see what this guy is up to. Chu Kuangren said with interest. Then he asked Murong Xian and Shang Qingxue to stay in the inn for the time being. For safety's sake, he left a strand of sword qi on each of them. This sword qi could be used to defend against enemies, and at the same time, it could also be used by Chu Kuangren to locate their whereabouts. This way, he would not lose contact with them like before. After making the necessary preparations, Chu Kuangren headed to Nightlight City to find out what was going on. Compared to Seven Flux City, Yi City was just a small city. However, a few days ago, the city suddenly lost all contact with the outside world. The entire city seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. Looking at Yi City from the outside, there was not a single person in the city. It was empty like a ghost city. When Chu Kuangren arrived in the sky above Night City, he noticed that something was amiss. This is the mark of a formation. In order to set up the astonishing cloud of C's formation in the past, Chu Kuangren had studied formations on his own for a period of time. His attainments couldn't be said to be very deep, but he could still detect the extremely obvious traces of an array formation around Yi City. Someone has set up a huge formation in Nightlight City. Is it Jian Chongfeng? No, I've used the Eye of Revelation to look at him, but I didn't find any information about him knowing about formations. It must be someone else who set up this formation. There was indeed something fishy going on in Nightlight City. In a flash, Chu Kuangren stepped into Nightlight City. Once he stepped into Nightlight City, it was as if he had entered another world. It was a purgatory. Around Chu Kuangren, the people and cultivators of Nightlight City were all lying on the ground, lifeless. The air was filled with the thick stench of blood. Chu Kuangren frowned and spread his spiritual thoughts outwards. The elderly, the children, the women, the cultivators, not even a dog or a bird survived. Not a single one of them was spared. It was not that there were no people in Nightlight City. Instead, they were all dead people. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Although Nightlight City was not large in size, it still had a population of tens of millions. Yet now, not a single one of them was left alive. Before this, there had been no news at all. Who did this? Is it just to deal with me? A cold, murderous intent shot out from Chu Kuangren's eyes. In a flash, he arrived at the center of Nightlight City. There was a tall building there, and on top of it stood a white-robed young man. This person had a long sword on his waist and a guqin on his back. He looked extraordinarily handsome. This person was the one who challenged Chu Kuangren to a duel, Jian Chongfeng. I'm here. Tell your companions to come out too. Let's end this quickly, shall we? Chu Kuangren said. Oh, aren't you curious as to why everyone in the city died? They're already dead. What can we do even if we don't know? TSK, what a cold-hearted guy. You should know that these people died because of you. Jian Chongfeng laughed as he stared at Chu Kuangren, wanting to see his expression. However, to his disappointment, Chu Kuangren's expression did not change at all. If you try to mess with my Taoist core, then you're sorely mistaken, Chu Kuangren said calmly. His Taoist core was as firm as a rock. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, no one could shake it. There is no need to even mention Jian Chongfeng's words. I don't think even a cultivator who cultivates the heartless Tao has a heart as cold as yours. Aren't you afraid that these people will turn into evil spirits and seek revenge on you? You talk too much. Chu Kuangren's eyes turned cold. Before the descendant's sword appeared on his waist, a cold sword chi shot out from his eyes. Jian Chongfeng's expression changed. He immediately pulled out his long sword and unleashed a sword chi of his own. However, compared to Chu Kuangren's sword chi, Jian Chongfeng's sword chi was far too weak. The moment the sword chi collided, Jian Chongfeng's sword chi was instantly shattered. The cold sword chi then landed on Jian Chongfeng's sage body like a hot knife through butter. Without any suspense, Jian Chongfeng's body was instantly sliced in half. However, the strange thing was that no blood spurted out of his body. With a burst of smoke, Jian Chongfeng's body turned into a wooden puppet and fell to the ground. The wooden puppet had been sliced in half by the sword chi, and mysterious runes were carved on it. A strange runic power circulated before it disappeared. Oh, a wooden puppet with runes carved on it. It even has a runic power that I've never seen before. Interesting. Chu Kuangren smirked as he looked into the distance. The real Jian Chongfeng was standing dozens of kilometers away, staring at Chu Kuangren with fear in his eyes. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat. How terrifying. If I didn't activate the wooden puppet in time, the real me would have been sliced in half by the sword chi. He didn't even draw his sword. Just a single strand of sword chi possesses such power. Not only does this person have unfathomable attainments in the way of the zither, even his attainments in the way of the sword are countless times greater than mine. He can even stand shoulder to shoulder with the son of Tao. Jian Chongfeng said with lingering fear. Chapter 5:27. You even have to use such a perverted technique to block my sword chi. Where do you get the courage to challenge me? Chu Kuangren looked at Jian Chongfeng, who was not far away, and said. However, a terrifying surge of Taoist rhyme suddenly erupted behind Jian Chongfeng, and a black shadow flew out from his back and headed towards Chu Kuangren. So the real challenger is here. Chu Kuangren stared at the black shadow with a strange look in his eyes. He then raised his sword and slashed. A domineering purple sword ray poured out. With a loud slash, the sword chi sliced the black shadow in half. A black robe that was torn in half fell from the sky. From that black robe, a skinny black shadow had already crawled out and arrived in front of Chu Kuangren. He then raised his sword and stabbed out. That sword attack came from a tricky angle. It was like a venomous snake that had been charging for a long time, and it carried an extremely ruthless and brutal aura. At that moment, Chu Kuangren felt like he was being targeted by an ancient, ferocious beast. Not bad. Chu Kuangren smirked, and the descendant's sword in his hand collided with that sword at an even faster and more tricky speed. Sparks burst out from the two swords, and a piercing sword chi poured out in all directions. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from the descendant's sword, sending that skinny figure flying hundreds of feet away. After that person stabilized himself, Chu Kuangren looked over and saw that it was a skinny, gloomy old man with sunken eyes. Your movement technique is not bad. You managed to get close to me, and your sword technique is not bad either. You were able to block one of my attacks. Chu Kuangren looked at that old man and said, that was already a very high valuation from him. That alone was enough to show that the old man's strength was much stronger than most boundary emperors. Even a mountain sword sentinel that Chu Kuangren encountered before was slightly weaker. TSK, I can't believe there's a sky pride like you in the outside world. What a surprise. However, since you've offended my swordsman tribe, you must die. The old man clicked his tongue. Even though they were enemies, that did not stop him from praising Chu Kuangren. Upon hearing that, Chu Kuangren said calmly, all right, you can show me your trump card now. He did not think that his opponent would massacre the entire Dawn City just to choose a duel venue. There was also this formation. These dead people must have some sort of use. At the thought of this, he activated his eye of revelation and scanned the old man. Grudge Sword Guard, one of the shadow sword guards of the Sword Clan. He cultivates the sword of grudge, resentment. So that was how it was. A look of realization flashed across Chu Kuangren's eyes. He, Chu Kuangren, you should feel honored to have so many people die with you. The resentful sword guard laughed strangely. An eerie and terrifying sword-based Taoist rhyme suddenly erupted from his body. This Taoist rhyme turned into a dark red pillar of qi that shot into the sky, resonating with the array formation that was set up around Yi City. In an instant, a large amount of scarlet resentment rose from the corpses strewn all over Yi City and gathered in the sky. More and more resentment gathered in the sky like a torrent, forming a terrifying cloud of resentment that enveloped a radius of 100 miles. The domineering aura contained within such resentment was naturally extremely terrifying. At this moment, Chu Kuangren felt as if he was in purgatory, as the wailing of the undead could be heard from all directions. Such a scene was even worse than the combined attack of the Zither demon and the painted demon. The combined attack of the Zither demon and the painted demon was merely a manifestation of Taoist rhyme's spiritual power. However, the resentment that permeated the surroundings was real. It was formed from the blood of tens of millions of living beings. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Chu Kuangren, I've never used this great blood vengeance formation. I'm sure you can guess the reason why. It's because every time I use this formation, I have to sacrifice a large number of living beings. This time, to kill you, I've sacrificed an entire city, which is the lives of tens of millions of living beings. With so many people dying with you, Chu Kuangren, what do you think now? The resentful sword guard laughed out loud. He felt that he had already won. Even the resentful sword guard himself did not know how terrifying the power of the great blood vengeance formation that was formed from the sacrifice of tens of millions of living beings. However, he knew that not even 10 Mountain Sword Guardsmen could compare to such power. He might even be able to fight against an Emperor Realm Cultivator. Other than killing you, I have no other thoughts. Chu Kuangren's tone was indifferent, but his eyes revealed an extremely cold, murderous intent. The resentful sword guard could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Kill. To prevent any more trouble, the resentful sword guard immediately activated the formation's power. The blood-red cloud of resentment in the sky surged towards Chu Kuangren. It was a terrifying torrent of resentment. Upon closer inspection, there were many vengeful spirits within the scarlet cloud of resentment. Some were elderly, some were children, and some were women. These were the people who had died in Dawn City. At this moment, these people had turned into ferocious, vengeful spirits under the resentful sword guard's control. They charged towards Chu Kuangren to claim his life. I don't want to die. Why? Why did you offend the swordsman? Why did you drag us into this? Why aren't you the one who died? These vengeful spirits wailed and stared at Chu Kuangren with resentful eyes, trying to distract his mind. That was one of the most powerful aspects of the Great Blood Vengeance formation. Ordinary cultivators who entered it would have their minds corroded and be at the mercy of the vengeful spirits. Even a boundary emperor would be greatly affected, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. To the resentful sword guard, no matter how powerful or demonic Chu Kuangren was, his lifespan was limited. No matter how strong his Taoist core was, it could never be compared to those powerful boundary emperors. That was the difference in experience, age, and experience. It was not something that talent could make up for. However, what shocked the grieving sword sentinel was the fact that Chu Kuangren remained calm despite the curses of the vengeful spirit. It was as if his Taoist core had been through the vicissitudes of life and was now impenetrable. How can this be? How can he have such a Taoist core? Not only is his talent powerful enough to kill a boundary emperor, but his Taoist core is also so indestructible. The resentful sword guard was shocked. Unparalleled talent, indestructible Taoist core. That was what a true demon was like. At that moment, Chu Kuangren made his move. He gently lifted his arm, and a majestic Buddhist light poured out from his body. It was like a great sun that illuminated the land. Buddhist light? Is this guy a Buddhist cultivator? Just as the resentful sword guard was in a state of shock, the Buddhist light on Chu Kuangren's body grew brighter and brighter. As the Buddhist light circulated, it gradually formed into an ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha looked at the vengeful spirits in front of it with a pitiful expression and chanted. Then it slowly unleashed a palm attack. The majestic Buddhist light shattered the torrent of vengeful qi that surged out from Chu Kuangren. Countless vengeful spirits were purified by that power, but the giant Buddha palm continued to move forward and grab the huge cloud of vengeful qi. The ancient Buddha palm landed on the cloud of vengeful qi, and the Buddhist light exploded from within the cloud. Rays of golden light shot out from within the red cloud of vengeful qi. Then, the cloud of vengeful qi exploded. The great blood vengeance formation that enveloped the entire night city shook violently and gradually collapsed. Chapter 528. The entire Dawn City shook violently from Chu Kuangren's palm attack. That kind of power terrified the resentful sword sentinel. Not to mention that it was a Buddhist light that was specifically used to restrain his resentment qi. Even the most virtuous monk of the Putuo temple might not have such a powerful Buddhist light. What's up with this person? Not only is he proficient in Guqin Dao and Sword Dao, but he also has such a terrifying Buddhist Dao cultivation base. Where did he get the energy to learn so many techniques? The resentful sword sentinel was shocked. Jian Changfeng, who was watching from afar, was even more dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief. He had seen the forbidden Sky Pride before. However, from his point of view, even the legendary forbidden Sky Pride in his tribe could not compare to Chu Kuangren. A person like that had surpassed the boundaries of the word Sky Pride. Boom, boom, boom. The great blood grudge formation that enveloped the entire Dawn City shook violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. When the resentful sword sentinel saw that, he let out a low roar. How can you destroy the great formation that I've painstakingly set up so easily? An incredibly powerful suction force erupted from his body, and the surrounding resentment qi surged towards him like a river flowing into the ocean. The resentful sword sentinel was absorbing the resentment qi into his body. Chu Kuangren watched from the side without stopping him. Come, let me see what else you have up your sleeves. Roar. As the resentment qi continued to enter his body, the resentful sword sentinel's frail body began to expand like a balloon. Very quickly, his thin and weak body grew several times bigger. His originally shriveled skin gradually became plump, and his white hair also became jet black. Blue veins popped up on his sturdy body, making him look like a dormant horned dragon. His muscles looked as if they were made of molten iron, giving off a powerful visual impact. With just one look, one could tell how terrifying the power contained in his body was. Not only that, but strange blood-colored patterns appeared on the resentful sword sentinel's body as well, giving off a demonic vibe. Oh, so you've regained your youth. Chu Kuangren looked at the resentful sword sentinel and chuckled as he activated his eye of revelation. The resentment qi has entered my body, and I've used a special technique to fuse it with my spiritual power to transform my body. However, my lifespan will be shortened. In other words, this isn't rejuvenation, but the final radiance of a setting sun. Upon hearing Chu Kuangren's words, the grudge sword sentinel was shocked as well. I didn't expect you to be able to see through my condition. This is something that even an Emperor Realm cultivator might not be able to do. It seems like you have a lot of secrets hidden within you, but it doesn't matter. Once I kill you, all your secrets will be mine. The eyes of the resentful sword guard revealed a fanatical look. He could not wait to find out what kind of secrets Chu Kuangren had. Putting everything else aside, just the monarch armament that Zhang Xian had on him was already a huge, fortuitous encounter. You want to kill me? You think you can kill me in this state? Kiki, As long as I can get rid of the resentment within a certain period of time, I will be safe. The resentful sword guard laughed coldly. Without hesitation, he attacked. His figure flashed, his speed almost exceeding the limit that an ordinary quasi-emperor's spiritual sense could capture. From Jian Chongfeng's perception, the resentful sword guard's body turned into an afterimage before disappearing. What a fast movement technique! Chu Kuangren murmured as he spread his spiritual thoughts around him. Chu Kuangren had the telekinesis talent, so his spiritual thoughts were extremely sensitive. Not only could he see, but his spiritual thoughts also had 5 senses. It was as if he had countless clones. No matter how fast the resentful sword guard was, it was impossible for him to escape Chu Kuangren's perception. Chu Kuangren swung his descendant self sword to the left. Clang! The two swords collided with each other. The huge impact forced both Chu Kuangren and the resentful sword guard to retreat. You can actually track my movements? The resentful sword guard was a little surprised, but he quickly regained his composure and attacked again. Blood grudge slash. The overwhelming resentment chi in his long sword condensed into a dark red sword shadow that was thousands of meters long. As the sword descended, the 1,000-meter-long sword shadow slashed towards Chu Kuangren, accompanied by waves of soul-devouring wails. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. Faced with the terrifying sword chi, Chu Kuangren's foundation levels unleashed a boundless divine radiance. When his 3 Taoist physiques appeared, a majestic sword ray rushed towards the sword shadow like a purple torrent that tore through the heavens and earth. 2 surges of energy instantly erupted. The 2 surges of sword chi intertwined and turned into a sword chi pillar that shot into the sky. The Great Blood Grudge Formation could no longer withstand the impact of this energy. With a loud bang, the Great Blood Grudge Formation shattered. Along with the destruction of the formation, a terrifying energy fluctuation was released, which was felt by countless strong cultivators. Surges of spiritual thoughts surged over to Dawn City. When they saw the battle between Chu Kuangren and the resentful sword guard, they could not help but be shocked. With such strength, I'm afraid they're close to an Emperor Realm cultivator. So strong. Who are these 2 people? That white-robed young man is Chu Kuangren, the one who obtained the Emperor weapon of 7-String City. His musical Tao is so profound that even the Guqin demon, the painted ghost, was no match for him. I didn't expect him to have several supreme Taoist physiques. This is just too unbelievable. This person's talent is definitely not inferior to any of the Forbidden Sky Prides. In fact, he might even surpass them. The surges of spiritual thoughts conversed. Meanwhile, the battle between Chu Kuangren and the resentful sword guard had gradually entered a white-hot stage. Chu Kuangren, aren't you an expert in musical Tao? Where's your Guqin? The resentful sword guard raised his sword, and majestic resentment chi turned into a giant blood-red sword shadow that forced Chu Kuangren back. You want to listen to my Guqin? Do you have a resolve to die for such a beautiful piece of music? Chu Kuangren raised his arm, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his body. The lightning bolt was so powerful that it contained a terrifying aura that it directly smashed onto the resentful sword guard's body. The resentful sword guard was forced back by the lightning bolt. Following that, the lightning bolt wandered in the void and landed in front of Chu Kuangren, where it turned into a gorgeous azure-colored Guqin. It was the Emperor weapon, Spring Thunder. 8 celestial demonic chords, great chime reverberation. Chu Kuangren plucked the strings of the Guqin with his fingers, and a Guqin Taoist rhyme wrapped in majestic sound waves blasted towards the resentful sword guard. The resentful sword guard raised his arm and unleashed a slash, and a majestic resentment chi collided with the sound waves. Chu Kuangren stood his ground, his snow-white robe unmoving. On the other hand, the resentful sword guard was forced back a few meters with a solemn expression. This person's musical Tao is indeed extraordinary. I need more resentment chi. The resentful sword guard murmured. Once again, A surge of suction force erupted around him, and the resentment chi that had yet to dissipate surged into his body like a tidal wave. As the resentment chi increased, the resentful sword guard's expression gradually became more ferocious. Roar! The resentful sword guard let out a low roar that did not sound like a human's, and his eyes were filled with an unparalleled ruthlessness. Chu Quangrendai. The resentful sword guard let out a thunderous roar that shook the entire Dawn City. He charged towards Chu Quangren, and his overwhelming resentment chi almost covered half the sky. Facing the resentful sword guard who was like a mad demon, Chu Quangren flicked his fingers and played the 8 celestial demonic chords continuously. Chapter 529. While Chu Quangren was battling the Grudge Sword Sentinel in Dawn City. In Seven Chord City, Murong Xian and Shang Qingxue were in trouble too. There was no one in the tavern. A woman in a black robe stood before Murong Xian and Shang Qingxue. She was a peerless beauty with a gentle gaze that could mesmerize 99% of the men in the world. However, that did not include Murong Xian. He already had someone in his heart, and he could sense a threat from the woman before him. "Who are you?" Murong Xian frowned. "The Phantom Blade Sentinel of the Swordsman tribe. The Phantom Blade Sentinel." The Phantom Blade Sentinel smiled and looked at the two. "It's all thanks to the Grudge Sword Sentinel luring Chu Quangren away that I had the chance to deal with you two." "Deal with us? Are you trying to use us to threaten our sect leader?" Shang Qingxue looked at the Phantom Blade Sentinel and said. She knew that she and Murong Xian were not worthy of the swordsman's attention. Their ultimate target was Chu Quangren. "Oh my, this young lady is really smart. Too bad that you can't change anything even if you know." The Phantom Blade Sentinel turned into a black shadow and charged towards Shang Qingxue. Shang Qingxue raised her hand and a majestic chill gushed out. The terrifying cold air froze the void in an instant. The faces of the succubus sword guards who were charging forward changed slightly. They could not help but retreat a few dozen feet and looked at Shang Qingxue with fear. "I didn't expect you to have such strength. This cold air, you have the Frost Taoist physique." She was a little surprised. Even if she was in Frost physique, she should not have such a horrifying chill. Even Murong Xian beside her was surprised. "Qingxue, it seems like you've had an extraordinary encounter too." "Me too." Shang Qingxue smiled playfully. "We'll talk about that later. Let's deal with the Phantom Blade Sentinel first. I'm afraid this person won't be easy to deal with." Murong Xian smiled and looked at the Phantom Blade Sentinel. Even though both he and Shang Qingxue had improved a lot and had their own encounters after entering the Emperor's path, they still did not dare to be careless against the Phantom Blade Sentinel. Two geniuses from the outside world. I don't believe that you two are that strong." The Mystic Sword Guard snorted coldly. As one of the supreme geniuses of the Sword Clan, she was second only to Jian Daozi. She had her own pride, and apart from Jian Daozi and the other forbidden geniuses, she feared no one. "Go!" Murong Xian and Shang Qingxue attacked the Mystic Sword Guards from both sides. The other party wanted to capture them to threaten Chu Quangren. At this moment, they could not be bothered to talk about morality and justice. So be it if they wanted to bully Chu Quangren with numbers. 3 people, 3 swords instantly collided together. Murong Xian's blazing tyranny, Shang Qingxue's icy frost, the Mystic Sword Guard's darkness and treachery. The moment the 3 sword Daos collided, the entire and instantly exploded. The Mystic Sword Guards were the strongest. However, when faced with Murong Xian and Shang Qingxue joining forces, they were unable to do anything to them. Damn it, I've underestimated their strength. Aside from Chu Quangren, I didn't expect the 2 disciples beside him to have such strength as well. What kind of sect is the Black Heaven sect? The Mystic Sword Guard thought to herself and went all out against the 2. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not gain too much of an advantage against the 2. D***. Looks like I have to use that thing. The mystic sword guard gritted her teeth. Now that Chu Kuangren had left, she only had one chance to succeed. Once Chu Kuangren returned, she would not have another chance. She then took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. In an instant, an eerie and dark sword chi erupted from the mystic sword guard's body. Obscurity sword domain. Countless black sword chi intertwined in the void. Like the night sky, it enveloped a 10-kilometer radius, forming a dark domain. Be careful, Qingxue. Her strength has suddenly increased by a lot. This level of strength is already at the Boundary Emperor level. Shang Qingxue and Murong Xian's expressions turned grim. You shall be defeated. The mystic sword guard raised her arm and unleashed a black sword chi. That sword chi contained a surge of darkness-based Taoist rhyme. It was as if the entire night sky was crushing down on them. Shang Qingxue and Murong Xian's expressions changed slightly. However, at that moment, a ray of purple sword chi suddenly shot out from Murong Xian's body. The sword chi was like a flood that shattered the mystic sword guard's sword chi and landed on the pitch-black night sky. The night sky that was formed by countless dark sword chi was forcefully torn open, and a large number of cracks gradually spread out from that opening. As the sun shone in, the obscurity sword domain was broken. The mystic sword guard was horrified at the sight. What kind of sword chi is this? It broke through her sword chi with one strike, and then broke her domain. Such strength was considered top-notch, even among the Boundary Emperors. It's the sword chi left behind by the sect leader. Shang Qingxue exclaimed in surprise. Following that, a ray of sword chi also shot out from her body. That sword chi materialized in the void and turned into a white-robed figure. It was Chu Kuangren. An incredibly powerful sword Dao aura spread out from Chu Kuangren and locked onto the mystic sword guard. It was the mystic sword guard's first time facing Chu Kuangren's sword Dao aura. She instantly felt her scalp go numb, and a hint of fear appeared on her delicate face. Such power, how is it possible? Didn't Chu Kuangren go and deal with the grudge sword guard? No, this is one of his spiritual thought clones. Upon realizing this, the mystic sword guard did not look happy at all. On the contrary, she looked even more terrified. If a spiritual thought clone could have such a domineering aura, then how powerful would his real body be? Could the exalted Jin Daozi really stand up to such an existence? For the first time in her life, the mystic sword guard doubted Jin Daozi. This was because the strength that Chu Kuangren had displayed was too terrifying, and it had exceeded her understanding of sky prides. Oh, so this was your plan? You got someone to lure me away, then come and capture Murong and the others to threaten me? Chu Kuangren said in a cold tone. Although it was just a spiritual thought clone, the mystic sword guard felt like a peerless killing god. Run. Unable to suppress the fear in her heart, the mystic sword guard turned and fled. Run? Do you think you can? Chu Kuangren turned into a sword ray and appeared in front of the mystic sword guard in the blink of an eye. The mystic sword guard yelled and slashed out with her sword. Facing this attack, Chu Kuangren focused his sword finger and slowly pointed it towards the mystic sword guard. The speed of this sword finger was not fast, and it was slowly unleashed. However, it was like the might of the heavens, majestic and unparalleled. Before the mystic sword guard's sword could land on Chu Kuangren's body, it was already crushed by that horrifying domineering aura and immediately dispersed. Chu Kuangren's sword finger landed on the mystic sword guard's chest like a hot knife through butter. Bang! The sword chi directly pierced through the mystic sword guard's body, and a mist of blood gushed out from her back. With just one attack, the mystic sword guard had lost all ability to resist. Qingxue, Murong, take care of her. Don't let her die, and wait for my return, Chu Kuangren said calmly, as if he had other plans for the mystic sword guard. Then, his figure disappeared into the void. Thousands of kilometers away in Night City, Chu Kuangren stared at the grudge sword guard with a cold, murderous intent. All right, I won't play with you anymore. As he pressed all 10 of his fingers on the Guqin strings, the Taoist rhymes in the Guqin music became even more majestic. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.